Lights are out this time, and a good start from the outside of the front row by Stehauder. Oh, it's 3 wide into turn number 2. This never ends well. And Stehauder spins it around, and luckily enough, Ryan Rampadana out of the final corner. 2 for 2. It's Connor Haufer. Lights are out, and we're back underway. And a good start by Cage Boys, but a big incident through turn 1. Big incident. multiple carts off. That was a move from James van der Poel. And that's got him up into P3 on AJ Berggraaf. Out of the final corner, Cage Boys wins in Carbon. At a 13 minutes plus an additional lap, Revs rise, lights are out first time. And a good start by Siderski. Maximoff to the outside, Stevens to the inside. Oh, een big incident.
Bij de start was ik nog steeds eerste, dus eigenlijk heb ik daar niet zoveel van gemerkt.
Ja, het ging wel goed. Start overleefd en ja, de race was clean.
Oh dear, it's game on. Jenster dives up the inside through turn 2. Alibax is going to come out of the final corner. And Renzo Alibax from third on the grid wins the final. Second is Troyer. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out, and here we go. Vic Stevens leads the field as Ralph van der Pavert managed to get through on Jaden Teen on the start today. He will try at turn number 2. Oh dear, contact between Vic Stevens and Jaden Teen, and Jaden Teen goes rally crossing. Through the Schumacher chicane, round the final turn. Vic Stevens will take the win on the road. It's a muted celebration, I'm sure. Van der Stroys inherits the senior Rotax final victory.
Driver number 134, KZ Boys!
Good afternoon and welcome along to the 6th round of the Dutch Rotax and KZ2 Championship, powered by Chrono Karting, live and direct from Circuit de Landsard, just a stone's throw from Eindhoven Airport here in the Netherlands. And my name is Alex Goldschmidt, welcoming you all along to the official live stream and also to the circuit PA system here at this 1,030-metre circuit. Because today is a very, very special day for all our Rotax racing classes, because after today we will find out who will be representing Team Netherlands at the forthcoming 25th anniversary of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand and the 26th of October at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno, southern Italy. 2 drivers for Team Netherlands have already confirmed their respective places, but we have a total of 10 tickets to give away. And what's more, we're taking into consideration the drivers that have competed in all respective rounds so far. For Micro and Mini, out of the 6 rounds of the championship, there will be drop scores, 2 of them taken into consideration. For the remaining classes, the first 6 out of 8 rounds. We also have the continuing battles in KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. For those watching on the live stream, please don't forget to click on the pinned link at the top of the chat on YouTube for the live timing link. You'll also have a click button where you'll be able to click onto the results. But we are lit from our first race of the weekend with our pre-finals coming up first, 10 minutes plus 2 additional laps, which is the customary format we have here at Chrono Karting. More to the point, a big thank you to Karting Champions League, VAG Technique, Powerful Engineering and Acer for their continuing sponsoring of the live stream this season. Karting Champions League will have their inaugural winter series this coming late November and early December at Campilos and Portimao. Up for grabs will be
tickets for the International Trophy at Le Mans next year, the Miami Warrior Finals, and more to the point, also the opportunity for some drivers in senior KZ2 to get the opportunity to test a Formula 4 car with MP Motorsport. VAG Technique, who are the specialists in chip tuning, maintenance and engine overhauls for your engine. They're passionate about delivering high-quality technical solutions that improve your driving experience and optimize your vehicle's performance. They're one of the market leaders in chip tuning, and thereby their tailor-made tuning solutions that maximize your power, torque and efficiency of the engine underneath the bonnet. Acer is a well-known brand that mainly sells laptops, and they are extremely popular due to price-quality ratio. They also deliver a very good performance at an affordable price. Also, a big thank you, as always, to Van Tienen Coffee Machines. So if you want a nice cup of coffee, then inquire with Van Tienen Drankautomaten from Zeeland. They've been the coffee supplier par excellence for 40 years. So head to vantienen.nl to get your nice cup of coffee. Right. So with the formalities out of the way, thank you so much for everyone that has been with us over the course of the racing season. And what's more, we are fast approaching 12:40 local time here in continental Europe. There's a bit of motocross happening in the background. We have heard the roaring of the engines back in there. But there is the timetable, as you see. So we'll be going right the way through until probably about just before 25 to 6 this evening local time. We've got the official prize giving a little bit just afterwards, and then also the prize giving for the tickets for Team Netherlands, who will be representing the Dutch Lions this year. And some of the drivers are gunning for these tickets, but also the fact after this round we'll have 2 more rounds to go. 13th of October will be Circuit Bad Bergen. Then let's get the racing action underway. Up first, it's the Micromax and Micro Rookie Pre-Final. 10 minutes plus 2 additional laps. Here's your starting grid. After qualifying this morning, Niki Naruhito Tomasi will start from pole position. Alongside him will be Germany's Dimitar Lazarov on the front row. Ryan Rampadarat and Connor Halfer, the recently crowned Micromax German champion in the RMC divisions, lines up on row 2. Noah Stehauder, Bruce Chirino and Matthias Clever, who I know for a fact, thanks to his dad this morning, who told me that there are some family in Brazil watching along. So welcome along to our friends over the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. We go on to the official formation lap. Now, a little bit of familiarisation. We had a little bit of a summer break. Well, Chrono Karting has had a summer break. I haven't. More to the point, if there is a second full start, the counter will continue running to time. So, air atmospherics at the moment, 17 degrees Celsius, 68% humidity, 9 km/h wind, which is to a south-southeasterly direction, which is close to 5.5 miles an hour. 25% possible chance of rain, but we have had a lot of blue sky today. So, at the moment, battling for the tickets are Ryan Rampadarat and Niki Naruhito Tomasi. 1 ticket in Micromax to be given away this weekend, as we are 5 weeks away from the grand finals. So the drivers make their way through the chicane onto the far part of the circuit. The circuit measures in length 1,030 metres. The drivers are very much into formation very early by Marshall post number 6. This is our second visit to the circuit as they go through the cut-off area. Revs rise, and we are underway. And the field makes its way through the fast right-hander at turn number 1. One of the Praga chassis runs a little bit wide. That might have been possibly Connor Halfer as they head into turn 2 through this triangle base section. Bruce Chirino has been overtaken already by Matthias Clever in the number 13 on the TB kart. They both swap positions again through at turn number 3. Dimitar Lazarov was the one that ran a little bit wide, but Niki Naruhito Tomasi leads the way. Second, it is Ryan Rampadarat. Looks like Connor Halfer has moved up 1 place and is currently P3 as they'll head into the stadium section at the far part of the circuit, just off of the main cafeteria area. So it's a triple right and then into the left-hander. They're going to be accelerating out of the penultimate corner through the left. And Naruhito Tomasi leads the way. Rampadarat in second, Alpha in third. Fourth, Stehauder. Lazarov has dropped to 5th. They're starting to gain ground. Rampadarath is trying to put the frighteners on Naruhito Tomasa through into turn number 2. Great move there on Steyhouder by Lazarov. That's up into 4th. Goes the number 69 driver from Germany. Now into the infield section again, off of Marshall post number 4. So through into turn 5. And now into the chicane. A quick flick to the left and then to the right. Really having to be composed and keep yourselves away from the curbing. I've seen it before where some drivers have straight-lined that part of the circuit and ended up being compromised as a direct result. Nicky Naruhito Tomasa is getting some cheers in, courtesy of Arthur Ray Karting, the Duke of Holland on YouTube. Thank you so much. Bring your comments in, folks. We want to hear who you're supporting. But at the moment, Nicky Naruhito Tomasa, with 8 minutes plus an additional 2 laps to go, is leading. But the top 4 are closing on in. Halfa and Lazarov are not that far behind the 2 in front. So Naruhito Tomasa, Rampadarath, Halfa and Lazarov, they round out the top 4 after what was 2 laps of racing. We're on lap number 3. Lazarov's the fastest one out there. 50.236 was the lap time set by the number 69 from Germany. They come back into the stadium section once again, through into the double left, now into the triple right. Very much echoes a particular circuit called Istanbul Park. You might remember that one in Formula 1, but it's the other way around. Naruhito Tomasa has now started to build a little bit of a gap here. 4/10 is the advantage that Naruhito Tomasa has after 3 laps. Now into turn number 2 again, on lap 4. So the way things stand at the moment, Conor Halfa and Ryan Rampadarath tied on 311 points each after 2 drop scores taken into consideration. Nicky Naruhito Tomasa just 6 points adrift at the moment. But if Rampadarath and Tomasa finish as they are right now, well, that gap will shrink by 2 points between the pair. Halfa will pick up actually 3 points because it's 55 for a win, 52 for second, 50 for 3rd place. So that'll put Halfa on 361. Rampadarath, that'll put him on 363. Tomasa will be on 360 points. So effectively after that, Rampadarath would then become the championship leader by just 2 points. So 40% of the race down, 60% to go, plus those 2 important additional laps at the end of the race. And Naruhito Tomasa is doing a very, very good one. Laserberger graphic design saying, come on, Batman. And that is obviously talking about Bruce Girino, I'm sure, down in 6th place. And Bruce currently running in 6th position at the moment. 1.3 seconds off of race leader Nicky Naruhito Tomasa. Could have been in a look there from Dimitar Lazarov on teammate Conor Halfa. As they go now into turn 3, down a little bit of a slight compression through that part of the circuit. Now through past Marshall post number 4 at turn 4. Now into the left here at 5. Turn 6 and 7 next up through this very fast-flowing chicane. You can see how hard they're carrying that momentum and trying to avoid the curves. You really need to park it on the racing line. Now another chicane that comes up through past Marshall post number 7. Then the final triple right before the left-hander that brings them back onto the start-finish straight. Half-time is now hit here in this 10-minute plus 2 additional lap pre-final. And Lazarov is closing on Halfa through into T1. Might get the run down into 2 very quickly. They're about a 10th apart. And Halfa holds his line. Lazarov doesn't chance it. Knows there's a few more minutes to go in this race. Fastest lap of the race so far on lap 6. Ryan Rampadarath, who started to close that gap onto Nicky Naruhito Tomasa. And if Rampadarath picks up a maximum score in this race with no post-race penalties, that'll put him on 366 points. Then Tomasa would then be on 357. But because of the fact that Halfa could be battling away with Lazarov all race long, it's giving the opportunity to Tomasi. This is going to be the overtake that Lazarov has been waiting for and has gotten through. That's third place now for the number 69 and gets through on teammate Connor Halfer. So now it is going to be the case of what can these two drivers do? Is it going to be the case that Lazarov is going to pull Halfer along and then we could see a quartet of a scrap at the front end of the field? Well, with the way things stand at the moment, that gap between Rampadarath and Lazarov might be slightly expanding. It was 1.1 seconds between Rampadarath and Halfer last time around. Out of the final corner, lap 8 completed. And Naruhito Tomasi, 0.27 ahead. Another new fastest lap by Ryan Rampadarath. He knows that he's got to keep Naruhito Tomasi in his eyesight, but the more important thing is that with 3 minutes to go plus those 2 additional laps, Rampadarath has got to start ramping things up. And what I mean by that is pick up the pace, and that started to happen. If Tomasi makes an unforced error, then Rampadarath will be through very quickly. But sometimes that is easier said than done. The leaders make their way through into the stadium section here at Circuit de Landsard. We're literally about 5-6 minutes away from Eindhoven Airport. Arthur Ray Karting saying nice overtake. I'm sure you're saying about Lazarov on Halfer just a couple of laps ago. And, well, Lazarov has pulled away from Halfer and is about 8/10 of a second, 7 or 8/10 of a second up the road. But Rampadarath is keeping within 3.5 tenths of Naruhito Tomasi. So Tomasi on the CRG, Rampadarath on the Kart Republic. Then Lazarov and Halfer both on Praga. IPK Praga, one of the chassis partners for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Last time that the Grand Finals visited Sarno was back in 2019. Since then, 2 trips to the Persian Gulf in Bahrain and also another trip down to the Algarve at Portimao. But this race could be a grandstand finish at the way things are going. Rampadarath has got that gap down to 2/10 and has broken underneath 49 seconds for the first time this race. 48.965. Rampadarath has got to put everything on the line here. And then some when it comes to the final a little bit later on. He's got to do everything in his power to keep Naruhito Tomasi very, very close in proximity. Through the chicane once again. 1 minute and 10 still to go. So about 3 minutes time, we'll find out our winner of the Micromax Pre-Final here at Circuit de Landsard. And Rampadarath is not letting Naruhito Tomasi go. Out of the final corner, gap last time was 2/10, now it's nearly 2.5. It's only a case of not if, it's when does Ryan Rampadarath get through on Nicky Naruhito Tomasi. Well, Naruhito Tomasi is not making it easy. Parking it on the racing line, which the race leader has the right to do. Through once again into the chicane. It's been very, very close between these two drivers. Dimitar Lazarov has also broken the 49-second bracket. So has the race leader, Naruhito Tomasi, 48.997. Rampadarath has done a 48.965. Lazarov, 48.953. So 3 laps to go, including this one. Time is now expired. And Naruhito Tomasi is only 2/10 ahead of Rampadarath in the dying stages of this pre-final. A great battle between these two. But it could come down to the final as to which one of these drivers gets the opportunity to race for Team Netherlands at the Grand Finals. Through the chicane for the second from last time. Rampadarath is really closing that gap. It's less than a kart length. And is using different slights of the racing line to try and get the overspeed. Now coming through into the final corner. 2 laps remain for the race leaders. Tomasi, Rampadarath, 1/10.5 apart. Lazarov, way back, about 1.8 seconds. And now, oh, Rampadarath had a look going into turn 2 there on the penultimate lap of the race. And now look at the overspeed coming into turn number 3, the right-hander. And it's next to nothing. You could probably put another front bumper in between the rear of Tomasi, the front of Rampadarath. Now through, out of the next left-hander. Into the chicane we go for the penultimate time. Rampadarath is throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at this one, as the sun begins to shine once again on the circuit here, just outside of the centre of Eindhoven. But last lap underway, Tomasi still leads. Rampadarath has got just under 1,000 metres to try and put something special in the works here. Down into turn 2. Tomasi still leads, but Rampadarath, would he get a better exit out of the corner? He might be able to outbrake Tomasi into turn 3 and gets to within a kart length. Now into turn number 5 for the last time. Through the chicane they will go. It's nip and tuck between the pair. Through into the stadium section, the triple right coming up, and then the final left-hander. Rampadarath is looking to run to the line and try and make it a drag race. Tight to the apex go the pair, but it is Nicky Naruhito Tomasi by 0.179 of a second that wins the pre-final. 15 laps completed, 12 minutes and 20 of racing action there. But Nicky Naruhito Tomasi, the number 25, takes the win after 15 laps. Great battle between Nicky Naruhito Tomasi and Ryan Rampadarath. Dimitar Lazarov rounds out the top 3, ahead of Connor Halfer, Noah Stayhouder, Bruce Girino, and Matthias Clever, with Ryan Rampadarath setting the fastest lap of the race on lap number 13 with a 48.787. But Tomasi, once again, on great form. Right, so provisionally at the moment, I'm looking at the battle between our drivers that are gunning for tickets for the grand finals. The gap between Ryan Rampadarath and Nicky Naruhito Tomasi has just provisionally been halved. It was 6 points before the start of this race. By the end of this race, 3-6-3 for Ryan Rampadarath, 3-6-0 for Nicky Naruhito Tomasi. Now Connor Halfer would pick up 49 points after that, and that would put him left. Oh, so that effectively means that a certain Ryan Rampadarath has just become the intermediate championship leader after one race in that one. But we've got Minimax coming up very, very shortly, in just 2.5 minutes time, and there are 4 drivers gunning for 2 tickets to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Great to see everyone getting very, very active in chat. Please like, share and subscribe. Of course, the more you people out there click, we know that there's always that amount of people that decide, well, I'll watch it, but I won't subscribe. the subscribe click means a lot to us here at Chrono Karting. It means that we can help increase our outreach in terms of global karting. There's a lot of karting going on at the moment, including the Rotax Transylvanian Trophy. Shout out to Henry Baudet and everyone over in Romania. The CIK FIA World OK Junior and OKN World Cup are taking place at the home of British Karting, Paul Fletcher International, and so much else besides. But like I say, please subscribe. Please follow us on social media, on Facebook and also on Instagram. You normally find us by typing in Chrono Karting in a search engine, but it will be at Chrono Karting on Instagram. So we are just a minute away from getting underway with our second pre-final of the weekend. Next up, Minimax. Let's take you through the starting grid for the pre-final for Minimax. On pole position by just 1/100th earlier on today, Vince van der Hollen, the current points leader, starts from pole. Kees Moyes alongside on the front row. Jeff Verbeek and Olivier Mazurkiewicz round out row 2. Mika Vonk, Milano Shiphorst, AJ Bograf, Rickert Joppen, Tygo Holdhausen and James van der Poel round out the top 10. Van der Poel was 7th, but got a second official warning, dropping him 3 places after qualifying. Julian Dummer, recent ticket winner of the Rotax Max Challenge Germany finale in Mulden last weekend, starts 11th. 11th will be joined by Luns van Vlaanderen, Mick Klinkers and Stephen Warrens on row 7. Milan Claes and Devon Yates at row 8. Jara Kivitsbosch, Anastasia Tuli, Didi Dudali and Jesse Andringa round out the top 20. Joshua Lauritsen, Duncan Utzon, Max van der Meer and Jens Kielstra complete the grid. So, right, Hannah Zuberfeld, congratulations, junior champion in RMC Germany last year, senior champion this year. Well done, welcome along. Good to see Natalie Shiphorst, Arthur Ray Karting saying, we are ready for some action, you better believe it. And so great to see lots of support coming in for Kees Moyes, Milano Shiphorst amongst others, but there you see 24 drivers. At the moment, Kees Moyes, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, James van der Poel and Rickert Joppen are in contention for a ticket to Sarno this season. So once again, timer set at 10 minutes. Plus 2 additional laps. Air temperature now 17 degrees. Sunshine breathing onto the circuit. Revs rise. Lights are not out. Full start called. Round again we go. So slightly different with regards to Circuit de Landsard here in Eindhoven. We don't use the full lap. We don't go through the stadium section. We actually use the cut through. So the right-hander after the chicane following turn 5 is then converted into a double right-hander. So we get a nice lengthy run into that turn 1, which means there's going to be further speed, which means further potential danger in the midst. But more to the point, it means that the drivers will know they've got to have their heads on a swivel. Considering if you're on the front row, you've got another 23 hungry and motivated Minimax drivers behind you. So they are keeping us waiting with bated breath. Now through into the cut through, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out, and we're underway. Good start from the pole sitter Van der Hallen. Kees Moyes got swamped going through into turn one. He's currently running P3 as it's nearly a three-wide scramble in the mid-pack heading down to turn two for the first time. Now into turn three, top four, starting to get a little bit of an initial breakaway. Too wide, just at the bottom part of the top 10. Coming through into turn four, now into the sweeper at 5. Great little overtaker, just spotted through turn 5, round about 11th or 12th position. As they go through into the stadium section for the opening lap. After the opening tour here at Circuit de Landsard, 1,030 metres. Leading the way, it's Vince van der Hallen. Second, it is Jeff Verbeek, Kees Moyes, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Mika Vonk, Tygo Holthausen, AJ Berggraf, Julian Dummer, Milano Shiphorst, Rickert Joppen. They round out the top 10. 2.5 seconds cover the top 10. Battle between Julian Dummer and AJ Berggraf. Through out of turn number 4, there is a yellow flag at Marshall Post 4, so someone has had a drama, I possibly fear. Not too sure who that is, but Anastasia Tully has just come through. Oh, Marshall, oh, right, okay, yellows, and this is off turn number 5. We have got one driver out. I think that is Duncan Oudson, possibly, as the field comes across the line to complete the second lap of racing. And, oh, well, we've had a drama. Rickert Joppen drops down the order like a stone dropped in a pond. And Joppen started in 8th, and now is 20th. However, some real close battling. And Mika Vonk battling with Tygo Holthausen. That's for 5th position. Fastest lap at the minute, Milano Shiphorst down 3 places, so and is now currently in 9th. So 7.5 minutes to go, plus an additional 2 laps. Olivier Mazurkiewicz has got past Kees Moyes and is now up to 3rd, closing in on Jeff Verbeek, running down into turn number 2, here on lap 4. And AJ Berggraf, Julian Dummer, and I think that might be Milano Shiphorst. They're having a bit of a 2 and 8 going through into turn 3. It's nearly 3 wide. Great exchange, great racecraft from these youngsters. And that's some of the action you could expect at the grand finals in a month's time. And that's it. That is AJ Berggraf. AJ Berggraf is actually at the back of that train. I think that's Mika Vonk up ahead. So Milan Clays, unfortunately, is out. And that would have been the driver, I think, possibly. Oh, mechanical black flag being shown. And that is the 194 meatball flag. Rickert Joppen, rear bumper is loose. So dramas, so possibly contact resulting in the bumper coming loose. The bolts coming off of the rear bumper, and Rickert Joppen is going to have to park that thing within the next 3 laps. And yeah, Rickert Joppen on the comp car is down into pit lane, and that's a real shame for the youngster who started in 8th place. But at the moment, it is still going to be a titanic fight at the front end of the field. Remember back in May, Vince van der Hallen not having the race weekend go his own way. Well, he's got some people charging him down, and that person who won that round in the final is right behind him, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, now up into 2nd position and closing on in. And Arthur Ray Karting saying great overtaking by Milano Shiphorst. But Vince van der Hullen is now right under pressure through the chicane, glances over their shoulder, sees that Olivier Mazurkiewicz is there waiting to pounce at a moment's opportunity. Through the stadium section they go once again. So it is van der Hullen, Mazurkiewicz, Verbeek, Moyes, Holthausen, Vonk, Schiphorst, Dummer, Berggraaf, Van der Poel. That's your top 10. We are pretty much at half time and the pace is absolutely relentless. The top 10 covered by 2.8 seconds. First to 19th, 9.6. So we've had 3 retirements, Duncan Hudson, Milan Claes and Rickert Joppen. 3 drivers down, we've still got 21 running, but it was 8 tenths covering the top 4 in the race, with van der Hullen fending off the advances. The pressure has been put on him by quite a lot, I must say, mainly because the fact it's Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Jeff Verbeek's making it a 3-way scrap between 3 drivers on OTKs. Then the driver in 4th, Kees Moyes, has always been on a Birrellart. Then Tygo Holthausen. Mika Vonk, Milano Schiphorst has set the fastest lap of the race on lap number 5, 46.953. Last time around did a 46.985 and is quite considerably quicker than those in front. None of those drivers in front have actually broken into the 46s. So that is impressive. Oh, lunge and then some. That was one of the Birrellarts. I think that was Mika Vonk possibly getting through for position. Maybe on Tygo Holthausen there. So that would have been the change for 5th place. No, it isn't. Holthausen's actually closing on Moyes. So Milano Schiphorst on Mika Vonk. That was the move that took place. 3.5 minutes to go, plus 2 additional laps. This race has gone by at absolute breakneck speed, and especially with those competing for a grand finals ticket. You can feel the pressure, you can feel the adrenaline. You can cut the tension like a hot knife through cold butter right about now. But van der Hullen is pulling away. Come out of the stadium section once again, and the gap now is going to be more than 2 tenths. It's going to be probably at least 6. Make that half a second, actually. So Mazurkiewicz was gesticulating there, I think, to Jeff Verbeek as if to say, look, I'm trying to go for it. I'm trying to go for the win here. James, well, there is a change for position. I think it might have been well, it was a Sodi kart that made the move. So I think it was James van der Poel that has actually got past AJ Berggraaf. That's a change for 9th. So Berggraaf rounding out the top 10 positions in the race itself. Berggraaf out of contention for a ticket in the championship. Arthur Ray Karting shouting down the house on YouTube, cheering on Kees Moyes, who is battling away in the battle for 4th place with Tygo Holthausen. So just under 2 minutes to go. Blue flags being waved into turn 2. There is a kart with a front Nassau panel slightly askew. Might have been possibly Anastasia Tully, I would have thought. But now things are really heating up. Jeff Verbeek is has got 3 karts behind. Kees Moyes, Tygo Holthausen, and Milano Schiphorst. So this is a 4-way scrap. This is now allowing Mazurkiewicz to try and chase down the race leader, who is Vince van der Hullen from Belgium. He comes out of the final corner, completes lap number 11. Mazurkiewicz now is 0.782 behind. Milano Schiphorst, 2 laps ago, set the new fastest lap of the race, 46.924. Anastasia Tully has pulled it into the pits, but oh, there's a fight and a half, including the likes of James van der Poel, Julian Dummer, Berggraaf, and the 133 of Mika Vonk, and Vonk has dropped to 10th now. Over a couple of positions, Mika Vonk has dropped from 7th to P10. A big, big change on that particular point. So 3 more laps to go. Van der Hullen comes out of the final corner once again. Mazurkiewicz is helping his case no end here. So at the moment, Moyes, fourth will be 49. Mazurkiewicz will be 52. Oh, that will close the gap up slightly, but there's going to be a change. Kees Moyes, oh, that's going to lose him a few points, and that is going to give the opportunity. So that means that we've just had Milano Shiphorst and Tygo Holthausen go through on Kees Moyes, who will lose 5 points to Olivier Mazurkiewicz. The current gap is 11 points. That now drops to 6. Time has expired, 2 laps to go. And the gap now between first and second position is a second. So Kees Moyes drops down to 6th position. That'll give the youngster from the Netherlands 47 points. So the field makes its way, the leaders making their way through towards the stadium section off of Marshall Post number 6. Loris van Vlaanderen has made it up to 11th place behind Mieke Vonk. Arthur Ray Karting now shouting out on YouTube, "Come on Milano, take down the Maranello." Well, that's Tygo Holthausen that he's got past already. So a little bit more opportunity for Milano Shiphorst as we go onto the final lap. But Vince van der Hullen came under pressure, and it was significant from Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Van der Hullen now coming through out of turn number 5 for the final time. With the chicane now in towards the stadium section here on lap number 15. Fastest lap of the race set by Milano Shiphorst. 46.924 as the 121 of Jens Kilstra, very, very much sideways, but Van der Hullen takes the win. Mazurkiewicz second, third Verbeek, fourth Shiphorst, fifth Holthausen, sixth Moyes. Van der Poel makes it up 3 positions to finish 7th, ahead of Berggraaf, Dummer, Van Vlaanderen, Klinkers, Didale up 7 spots from 19th on the grid. Mieke Vonk finishes in 13th, ahead of Jara Kivitsbosch, with Devon Mieta rounding out the top 15. Max van der Meer makes up 7 places up to 16th, ahead of Stephen Warnes. Then we've got Joshua Rorinson, Jesse Andringa. Then we have Jens Kilstra coming across the line now as the 121 exits out of the final corner. Don't go sideways like you did last time. Anastasia Tuli, the last of the classified, finishes a lap down. Rickert Joppen out with a mechanical black flag due to a loose rear bumper on lap 3. Milan Clays on lap 1, and Duncan Hudson out on the opening lap of the race. So we now turn our attention to Junior Rotax, the pre-final. So there are 3 drivers in competition for a ticket for the grand finals. Thijs van Wijk already claimed his through the win of the International Trophy at Le Mans this year. So, just trying to remember who, well, it was Boris Maximov in the 230 that put it on pole position earlier on. So Maximov, Van Wijk, we've got Bodin, Blankenberg, Max Suderski, Boris Verhaag, Luca van Leer, Thijs Stevens, Rick Corporal, Jurgen Valkenhaus and Jim Back. That's the first 10 drivers that have crossed on. We've got 22 in all. So we've got Bran van der Weken, Levi Dries, Ryan Kiewiets, Bosch, Lieke van Berkel, Henry Melchior, Adam Vida, Vince Dries, Jens Gebhuis, Nuden Engelsman, Rocco Kerr, Tony van Leersum and Jot van Ekelen. That is the amount of 22 drivers that we've got, and there is your grid showing up as we speak. So 3 drivers, as I said just a moment ago, in competition for a ticket. Max Suderski, Thijs Stevens and Boris Maximov. Now Maximov has 2 chances at a ticket. If he doesn't win one here, he has an opportunity to win one at the B&L Karting Series finale at Karting Genk in 2 weeks' time. But Suderski has also been a competitor in the grand finals before. Right, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on, lights are out, let's go racing. And into turn number 1, Van Wijk trying to storm around the outside of Maximov. 3 wide, Van Wijk goes wide. Out of turn number 1, Maximov leads the field. Down into turn number 2, Blankenberg up the inside for P2. Oh, a little bit of a clash at the back end of the field. And we've had a couple go off. One of which I think was a CRG, one was an OTK. But at the moment, Boris Maximov leads proceedings out of turn number 5. But in Blankenberg in second. Then Thijs van Wijk and the number 246 rounds out the top 3. Closely followed by Max Suderski, the driver on the Sodi kart for SLC Karting number 297. And look at the train. I think that's being led by Boris Verhaag in the number 233. Over the line to complete the opening lap. Maximov has the lead of 4/10 of a second. Suderski now gunning for 3rd place on the run down to turn 2. Van Wijk defends sternly. Hits the brakes and then manages to get the kart to the right-hand side to cut off Suderski rather quickly. And there's possible opportunities for overtakes through into turn number 4. Someone got forced a little bit wide, and there's a Falcon kart up the inside. I think that might have been Adam Vida in the 268. So Falcon Racing now making their impact into Rotax. As of the last couple of rounds of the season, they made their appearance last time out at Kartbahn the F-Landring in Western Germany. However, once again, the pace is relentless here in Junior Rotax, but the top 2 have broken away. Blankenberg trying to chase down Maximov for the race win, and Van Wijk trying to defend against Suderski. There have been a couple of overtakes into turn number 2 here on lap number 3. Thijs Stevens is the fastest driver out there at the moment, 45.446, but the 282 has been overtaken by Bran van der Weken in the 290. Van der Weken making his debut season as a junior, having been in minis last year, and is making an immediate impact. Small in stature, big in heart is Bran van der Weken, and not one to shy away for an opportunity to go for a late lunge or an overtake. However, the top 4 covered by just over 1.1 seconds. Maximov continues to lead ahead of Blankenberg, with Van Wijk and Suderski starting to close on in. Jim Back has got past Boris Verhaag for 8th in the meantime. Rounding out the top 10 is Levi Dries in the number 224. So 3 minutes completed, 7 to go plus 2 additional laps. And Maximov is trying to see if he can get away from Blankenberg. The gap now exactly 3/10 of a second after 4 laps. Van Wijk and Suderski, top 4 covered by 7.5 of a second. As Luca van Leer sideways under braking into turn number 2, trying to look for a move on the inside of Thijs Stevens, but thought better of it on that particular occasion. and I think has managed to get through, but Stevens back up the inside. That's a great exchange between the 284, and then goes through, does Jim back on Luca van Leer. Right behind them, they've got Boris Verhaag and Levi Dries. They round out the top 10 at the moment. However, the top 4 were covered by 7.5 tenths of a second. Make that just over 5.5 tenths. Oh, it's going to really ream of fireworks at the moment as Van Wyk dives up the inside. Through for second on Blankenburg. Swiderski might chance it at 3. He's going to get through. Great anticipation. Thijs Van Wyk through on Bodine Blankenburg at turn 2 for second. And then Max Swiderski gets through for third, dropping the 2-2-1 from SR Solutions down to 4th place. However, Van der Weyken is closing on in. Van der Weyken last time around was 1.4 seconds and might through clear air, and no one challenging him at the moment for that 5th place. Might have a run. 1 second is now the gap. Van der Weyken was 8 tenths quicker than Bodine Blankenburg in 4th, so it could be a quintet battling for the race win. Van Wyk looking to steal a move for the race lead here at the halfway point through turn number 4. On lap number 7, Maximov has seen his lead be whittled away into absolute insignificance. Through into the stadium section they go, the 2 leaders, followed by Swiderski, followed by Blankenburg. Van der Weyken is catching them up, so is Stevens, so is Jim Back, so is Luca van Leer. There is a train of karts coming, and if they keep on battling at the front end of the field, that train is going to get ever longer. And now Van Wyk dives up the inside, that's the race lead. Turn 2, lap 8. Van Wyk hits the front, through on Maximov. And now Maximov has got to start battling away. Had a chat with his dad, Serge, and obviously recently the final round of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy took place at Lonato, and said, well, Boz didn't have the greatest of luck, to be completely honest with you, but we know that we're still in with a chance of going to Sana this year for the grand finals. However, it's not yet decided who is going to Sana. We'll find that out later on once the finals are completed. 4 minutes to go. Top 4 covered by 7 tenths. Fastest lap of the race, Levi Dries. Take a bow. 44.349 by the driver in 9th position, the number 224 from the Netherlands. And that train is getting ever closer. 9 tenths. That is the gap between Bodine Blankenburg in 4th and Blan van der Weyken in 5th place. But then Thijs Stevens is the proverbial cork in the bottle in 6th at the minute. Now, I understand this is Thijs' last year as a junior before moving up to seniors next season. But this battle at the top 3 really heating up. 3 tenths. This is getting closer and closer. They are picking their moments. They are not doing they're not having that sort of sense of desperation. When it's the urgency sense, like we saw a couple of laps ago, when Van Wyk went, right, I know I've got to get past Maximov, I've got to do it sooner rather than later. And that is exactly what has happened. The breeze has picked up, and also the cloud cover is starting to get a little bit more prevalent here at Circuit de Landsard, but dry conditions still de rigueur here at this 1,030 metre circuit. 2.5 minutes to go. We are now on to double digits. Lap number 11 underway, and the top 4 stream their way line astern into turn number 2. Thijs Stevens defends from Jim Back into that second corner. And that is the battle for P6 at the minute. And then, oh, careful, Jim Back, Luca van Leer, Levi Dries, Boris Verhaag, who's behind them, Adam Vida, the driver in the 268, representing Falcon Racing. Fairly new. Oh, and there's been drama. Big drama for one of the drivers coming through the stadium section. So, and who is it? Oh no, well, Maximov has dropped in the meantime. Swiderski's going to go for second. He's trying to pull alongside Bodine Blankenberg. And the 297 from SLC Karting is through for second place. Maximov, in the meantime, has dropped to fourth. And now it's really starting to kick off. Van der Weyken and Stevens are there. Van Wyk is away and is about a second and a half up the road. And now the fireworks have really started intensifying from second backwards. Minutes to go, plus 2 additional laps. Van Wyk leads. Second, Blankenberg. Third, Swiderski. Fourth, Van der Weyken. Maximov down to fifth. Stevens back. Van Leer, Levi Dries and Boris Verhaag round out the top 10. Get this, top 16 rounded out by Vince Dries, covered by 7.6 seconds. Top 10 covered by 3.5. Oh, as there goes Maximov up the inside of Swiderski. I think that was because Van der Weyken opened the door. Swiderski got a stumble as a direct consequence, and he loses out to both Maximov and Stevens. This has become a very unpredictable equation as to what's going to happen, as to who the 2 drivers will be that will get the tickets to the grand finals. But at the moment, well, looking at things this way, it might be the fact that Tay Stevens and Boris Maximov might be on the good foot. Swiderski might have to fight back in the final a little bit later on to try and see what he can do, but a great robust manoeuvre on Tay Stevens. Oh, that was great there from Aaron Vida through at turn number 3. Oh, this race is more than alive. It's more than alive. It's kicking as well. So 2 more laps to go. Thijs van Wyk leads the way. Second, Bodine Blankenberg. Third, Van der Weyken. It really is close. From second down to 8th is 2.3 seconds and closing. So next time around we get the last lap of the race. But we're on lap number 15. It has been fast-paced, frantic and furious at times. The last lap board being readied by Marijn, our flag marshal on the start-finish straight. And then he'll ready the checkered when the last lap is completed. So, lap 15 is complete. 16th and final lap underway in the junior pre-final. Thijs van Wyk leads, head of Bodine Blankenberg. Van der Weyken rounds out the top 3. Gap between first and second, 1.6 seconds. As more overtakes happening. There was Jim back, well, there is Jim back through, and that is on Boris Verhaag. Adam Vida from Falcon Racing is waiting in the wings. And Vida has made some good inroads as our checkered flag is being prepared. Through the stadium section for the final time comes the number 246, who is the current points leader. Thijs van Wyk will come out of the final corner and extend the championship lead. But what a run from Bodine Blankenberg and Van der Weyken to lock out the top 3. Boris Maximov 4th, Max Swiderski 5th, Jim back. Then we had Boris Verhaag, Aaron Vida, Luca van Leer and Levi Dries, who picked up the fastest lap of the race, rounding out the top 10. Rocco Kerr, Ryan Kiewitzbosch, Lieke van Berkel, Henry Melchior, Vince Dries, Rick Kopperal, Newton Engelsman, Jur Balkenaz, Jens Gebroys, Tony Valiasum and Jot van Ekelen. let's take you through the starting grid for the senior Rotax Pre-Final. 28 drivers set to go into battle over the next 10 minutes. Plus 2 additional laps, it was next to nothing. 17 thousandths decided pole position this morning, but it was Mika van der Parvet that took pole ahead of Jaden Teen, the current points leader. Julian Klausman joined by Tommy van der Stroys on row number 2. Mitch Haynett and Kaz Boshouse complete row number 3. Row 4, Devian Horst and Krip Knoren ahead of Benjamin Van Hees and Wood Kirstens, who ran at the top 10. Flynn Fitters will be joined by Evert Dodderstein on row 6 ahead of Felipe Falk and Dylan Hummel. Luca Prima, Wesley Eckhart, Steve Van Vliet, Jay Zurveld, Bram Plomp and Colombia's Martin Herrera round out the top 20. Ralph van der Pavert will start all the way down in 21st ahead of Sven Slagmoller. Max Koster, Enzo van den Dickenberg. Then we got Dominic Scheppers, Gwen Bloxhill, Marth Snell and Stan Hoos rounding out the 28-strong grid. So wind has picked up towards the east, and it's 9 kilometres an hour. Red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. And, well, Hannah Zuberfeld, I know who you're cheering on, buddy. Your good mate, Tommy van der Stroys, who just the other week has put himself in a potential contention for a French F4 seat for 2025, having gone through multiple stages. He's made the final for that, but he's also still very good on a senior Rotax. Let's go racing here in the senior Rotax Pre-Final. Lights are on, lights are out, let's go racing. And a good start from Van der Pavert as Teen keeps it pinned round the outside through at the opening corner, but he's going to lose out. Possibly as Julian Klausman looks up the inside, but a big incident for karts. Oh, pile up at turn 2. Ava Dodderstein involved. 3-1-3 involved, I think, or maybe 3-2-3, possibly Wesley Eckhart. It was right in the middle of the pack, and everyone's trying to get their karts back together and back onto the circuit. Oh, that was a hefty incident, and let's see, I think the final kart might be moving, possibly not. Oh, I think that's disaster for Ava Dodderstein. Started 12th and looks to be out. She's walking away. But the main thing is she's unharmed. So, Ava Dodderstein, who else was involved? Martin Herrera, Gwen Bloxhill, caught out at the tail end of that chain reaction. But in the meantime, Mika van der Pavert leads the way. Julian Klausman in second. Jaden Teen, Mitch Haynett, Devian Ross, Tommy van der Stroys. That is your top 6. We've then got Benjamin Van Hees, Krik Knoren, Flynn Fitters and Wood Kirstens. They round out the top 10. So Ava Dodderstein is not taking any further part in the race. It also might be the case that Dominic Scheppers is also possibly out. I'm just keeping an eye on the live timing. Yes, Ava Dodderstein, Dominic Scheppers out on the opening lap at turn number 2. But Van der Pavert is... Right, OK, let's go down the list, shall we, folks? Top 8 drivers in contention for a Grand Finals ticket. Teen, Van der Stroys, Mika van der Pavert, Julian Klausman, Jort van Wyk. Now, where is Jort van Wyk at the moment? Can't see him on the list here this weekend. Benjamin Van Hees, currently 7th, behind Van der Stroys. Wood Kirstens 9th, Kaz Boshouse 11th. So those are the drivers that are in contention. So Jort van Wyk will effectively be eliminated from the ticket hunt, taking us down to 7 drivers. But that can also change after the points have been confirmed and ratified. As squeezing his way through on the 363, that was Felipe Falcon, the 378. And Tereshinho Wustro giving support to Felipe Falco. I hopefully got your name right. Not exactly, well, I don't understand Brazilian Portuguese unless I run it through a translation software, but it sure got Felipe Falco some support. Of course, also another driver who runs under a Dutch licence, but is proud of his Brazilian heritage as well. Just like Mateus Clever in Micromax. But with 6 minutes and 50 seconds, plus those 2 additional laps to go, Mika van der Pavet is still leading. Julian Klosman is closing in. There's a little bit of a further gap of about half a second. Back to Jaden Teen. First time I saw Jaden Teen compete at the Grand Finals was in 2019. And when was that? Where was that? Sarno. Jaden has been on the podium a couple of times. I think most recently Bahrain as a junior, but he is now very much one of the elite senior Rotax drivers around continental Europe that has competed at a very, very high level. And is also in competition for the B&L Karting Series Senior Rotax crown that has been won by a few other drivers. I mentioned Max Swiderski has won it as a Minimax driver. Mike Van Voest, you might remember, now a man who works behind the scenes on the data for Dams Racing. Also, Kai Phillips being another name mentioned in terms of the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship as well. He's won B&L Karting Series titles in his own right. The only driver to win 3 titles from 3 different classes, mini, junior and senior. However, Mika van der Pavet, he has Sonic the Hedgehog on the side of his race helmet. That gives him a little bit of a... All he needs now is the red boots to go with it. I'm sure Stan Pex, you can hook that up for him at one point. So Van der Pavet still leading the way. Teen still ahead of Devian Rost, who also has moved from CRG to Falcon for this season. Move from Van der Stroys. That's a nice move on Mitch Hainert. Through at turn number 4, the 354 got through. On the 310, nice and clean, using the dip and using that curbing to accentuate that move up the inside, did Van der Stroys. So, under halfway to go, still in this race, Ralph van der Pavet now up to 18th, past Bram Plomp. So, Benjamin Van Hees closing in on Mitch Hainert. Julian Klosman still keeping within 3/10 of race leader Mika van der Pavet. So, fastest lap of the race, a minute. Oh, someone has just lost an exhaust. Someone has just lost an exhaust. Okay, and we've also got a penalty coming the way of the 358, which is Luca Brima. 3-second penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct. 357 is off the circuit. Siem Van Vliet. Oh, started 17th, was up to 12th. That could be Van Vliet's exhaust that might have gone off. Or hang on a second, no it's not. 378 has just got a mechanical black flag. 378 Felipe Falk is now going to have to park the TB kart in the pit lane. A real shame for Felipe Falk. Oh, there's another 3-second penalty coming. This time, 363. Kaz Boshouse, one of the drivers in contention for a ticket, has just been given a 3-second time penalty. Boshouse currently running in 12th. So Sim Van Vliet and Felipe Falk out of the race. So 3-second penalties for unsportsmanlike conduct. I'm sure that Kaz Boshouse will be like saying, well, how on earth did that happen? Well, the thing is that race control will make an instant decision as diving up the inside of Jaden Teen was Devian Rost. Oh, and they've made contact through turn number 5. Why did that need to happen? I mean, really, and now Jaden Teen has possibly got damage on the left front of that kart. Devian Rost went up the inside of him, and then Jaden Teen retaliated, and then they both came into contact with each other. And Devian Rost has profited on that one. Jaden Teen has tumbled, and his top 3 streak all the way through the season is at significant risk because he's now 10th. He does have a significant lead of 57 points, including the 2 drop scores taken into consideration. Maybe this one is one that he will take into consideration as a dropped score. Now, the big thing is, if Jaden Teen, that'll be 43 points, and that will be an instant drop score. So that will put him drop scores total of 73 points, which might actually work in his favour a little bit. But I wonder how race control will see that incident. I don't really know how to play it on that one, but it was something I wasn't quite expecting. But a minute and a half to go, plus 2 additional laps remaining on the timer. We still have Mika van der Paver leading the way. He's about 3 3/4 tenths ahead of Julian Klausman. There is Wout Kirstens battling away with Flynn Fitters. That's for 8th place. Jaden Teen is dropping back. He's about 8 tenths away from that battle down in 10th. Big thank you to Michael from Timing, who's actually updating me with all the relevant scores on the doors for the ticket hunt. Sounds like an Easter egg hunt, only we're not in April. Excuse me. However, we have got just under 1 minute to go, and the pace once again in this one has been absolutely relentless. Flynn Fitters diving left, diving right, every which way but loose over the back bumper of Wout Kirstens to try and get through for 8th place. Mika van der Paver now has the fastest lap of the race so far, 43.664 seconds, and going on to the second from last lap. Might find that Julian Klausman is going to try and close that gap. It's now 4 tenths of a second, and there's been further drama of the chicane. I'm wondering who that was. That could have been the 337 I might have just spotted, which would have been Bram Plomp running 15th. But I'll wait to see what the timing says when it adjusts accordingly. It's Dylan Hummel. Dylan Hummel in the 397 was the driver off the circuit. But timer has expired. Next time around, 2 to go. So van der Paver has just over 2 kilometres still to go, and leads by nearly half a second over Julian Klausman. Devin Rost in 3rd, Tommy van der Stroy's 4th, Mitch Haynert, Benjamin Van Hees, Grit Knorden, Wout Kirstens, Flynn Fitters and Jaden Teen round out the top 10. Teen has an opportunity now to get up into at least 9th, if not 8th. But obviously maybe driving with a damaged kart, especially on the left front after the contact. So might just get it home and then have to fight back in the final. And considering the fact that Jaden Teen had 7 race victories so far this year, last lap is underway, and Mika van der Paver is really putting himself into contention here for that possible second ticket. Julian Klausman in 2nd, Devin Ross, Tommy van der Stroy's, Mitch Haynert still round out the top 5 places. But Mika van der Paver hasn't really put a foot wrong from pole position, and has also picked up the fastest lap in the pre-final through into the stadium section for the final time. It's going to be a win in the pre-final for SB Motorsport as Mika van der Paver fires it out of the final corner and wins the pre-final. 2nd, Julian Klausman. 3rd, Devin Ross. Tommy van der Stroy and Mitch Haynert round out the top 5. Benjamin Van Hees, Grit Knorden, Wout Kirstens, Flynn Fitters and Jaden Teen round out the top 10. There you see, picture in picture, your race winner number 386. Luca Prima, Kaz Boshaus, Jay Surfield, Ralph van der Paver, well done buddy, up 7 places from 21st on the grid to finish 14th. Bram Plomp rounds out the top 15 ahead of Sven Slagmøller. Good run by Enzo Dickenberg, up 7 places from 24th, finishes 17th ahead of Max Costa, Wesley Eckert and Stan Hoos, who rounds out the top 20. Dylan Hummel, Gwen Blockstill, Martin Herrera and Mark Snell round out the 24 finishes. Lap 7, we lost Sim Van Vliet and Felipe Falk. And on the opening lap on turn 2, we lost David Dodderstein and Dominic Scheppers. we go to the last of the Rotax Pre-Finals, DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid. Sem Knopjes and Imke Arts will be on the front row. It's a less than a tenth separating them in time qualifying this morning. It's an all-Belgian row number 2, courtesy of SP Motorsports. Dylan LaHaye and his teammate Nicolas Guillaume. Bas van Vlimmeren and Rick van der Straat round out row number 3 ahead of Axel Hoes and Niels Boller. Bas van Vlimmeren starts on pole for DD2 Masters on the inside of row number 3. Jesse Spans and Mark van der Kamp round out the top 10 ahead of Derek van Kurt, Wim Houlot, Dominic Hummels, Maurice Knopjes and Ton van Weert. For 3 drivers in competition for 2 tickets to the grand finals in DD2. Sem Knopjes leading the standings after 2 drop scores on 413 points. 1 point ahead of Nicolas Guillaume, who does not qualify for a ticket through Chrono. Axel Hoes and Imke Arts are 3rd and 4th on 409 and 407 points apiece. They're also in competition. 1 ticket available for DD2 Masters, and it is a big, big lead for Bas van Vlimmeren. Christoph Adams, who was qualified for the grand finals, was not with us at Kerpen, not here this weekend, so is excluded from the ticket race. The other drivers that will be in mathematical competition up until the end of this pre-final: Wim Houlot, Dominic Hummels, Niels Boller and Tom van Weert into the tram lines. Red lights are on, revs rise, we're underway. Great start from Sem Knopjes as Dylan LaHaye gets through into 2nd place. Imke Arts has dropped down the field a couple of places and is currently in 4th. Into turn 2 for the first time. A squabble at the back end of the field as the top 5 drivers now make their way into turn number 2. As the 522 of Niels Boller making a great handsome couple of overtakes around the outside through into turn 2, turn 4 of the opening tour. Now into the stadium section. Sem Knopjes leads the way. 2nd it's LaHaye. 3rd it's Van Vlimmeren leading Masters. Arts in 4th. Guillaume looks to be down in 5th place. Out of the final corner, lap 1 in the books. A good battle between Rick van der Straat on the Sodi kart and Combi Kart Racing's Axel Hoes. As a stern defence from Bas van Vlimmeren. Well, Vlimmeren's got a lot of people between himself and Niels Boller, the nearest competitor in DD2 Masters. But Imke Arts has now got through for 3rd place overall. And now she's going to try and start to hunt down Dylan LaHaye and Sem Knopjes. This is going to give Arts the advantage. 50 points for 3rd place. Knopjes will pick up 55 if it's to finish as it does now. Axel Hoes down in 7th. That will be 46 points. And will put Arts ahead by 2 points actually. Dive up the inside through at turn 2 on Bas van Vlimmeren by... Oh, that's not needed to happen at all. A touch there. Bas van Vlimmeren turned around. One of the Sodi karts around, and I think Nicolas Guillaume was also caught up in the crossfire. 495. Rick van der Straat caught up in the crossfire of that incident on the run down to turn number 3 here on lap 3. That's at the front end of the field. Sem Knopjes leads the way. Dylan LaHaye in 2nd. Imke Arts 3rd. 4th it's Axel Hoes. This brings him back into the ticket hunt. Nicolas Guillaume 5th. Niels Boller 6th. Then it's Mark van der Kamp, Derek van Kurt, Wim Houlot and Jesse Spans, who rounds out the top 10. Arts now is really closing in on Dylan LaHaye for that 2nd position. Of course, there is still a championship to fight for, but today is Grand Finals tickets day, and that is very important. With just 4 weeks to go until the biggest event on the Rotax racing calendar. One of the most colourful, and it's the one where you earn your place to race against the very best. And well, the 495 of Rick van der Straat has parked it in the pit lane. Body language says it all, unfortunately, for Rick van der Straat. Was doing so well up until that incident. So now leading DD2 Masters, Niels Böhler, who's currently 5th in the standings and is ahead of Wim Rouleau, Maurits Knopfjes and Dominic Hummels. Van Vlimmeren is 5th in Masters, running down in 13th. Ton van Weert is in 6th place. Things are getting a little bit closer. Axel Hoos on the combi kart, Tony kart, is now chasing down those in front. Top 4 covered by 1.1 seconds. And Imke Arts makes the move, finally through at turn 2. On Dylan LaHaye here on lap 6. Threading the eye of the needle did the 421. A change of team, a change of chassis, and Arts has really been fighting at the sharp end of the field once again. She's been competing in this class for a number of years, and still the fire burns bright. But this is allowing Sem Knopfjes to get away. Arts will want to do her very best to close up to Sem Knopfjes in the championship standings. However, things are not still set in stone yet, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a titanic battle in prospect here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, courtesy of Imke Arts, courtesy of Dylan LaHaye and Axel Hoos, who started 7th, now running in 4th. Fastest lap of the race and away and clear by 1.3 seconds is Sem Knopfjes. 44.131. The leader will now come out of the final corner to complete lap number 7. We're past the halfway point of the race. Knopfjes lead now 1.3 and another new fastest lap, but Imke Arts has responded. 44.092 by the 421. And now Arts is trying to pull a gap over Dylan LaHaye. Dylan LaHaye, who has run in seniors for multiple years, took a hiatus last season, came back, switched teams, went up a class to DD2 and has found a new home in the Rotax racing family. Knopfjes is in complete control of this race. Out of the final corner, another lap in the books. 60% of the time it has counted down. 40% still remains. A little bit further back, Mark van der Kamp and Jesse Spans battling over 7th place. Good exchange between them at the moment. Nicolas Guillaume seems to be increasing his pace. Sem Knopfjes' new fastest lap of the race, 44.007. And Imke Arts, 2 100ths slower on pure pace. Absolutely wonderful to see these drivers battling for fastest lap honours as well as the opportunity to go for the race win. So Rick van der Straat, unfortunately a non-finisher on lap number 2, pulled it into the pit lane, possibly damage to the back axle. But with 3 1/4 minutes to go, Sem Knopfjes is in complete control of this race. Imke Arts now pulls the gap of about 0.3 of a second ahead of Dylan LaHaye. Nicolas Guillaume now starting to close in on Axel Hoos for 4th place. Now, Guillaume knows that his ticket will be provided from elsewhere, but one of the things you want to do is be part of the championship fight. And also, new DD2 Masters track record, Bas van Vlimmeren, 44.045 on lap number 8. That is a new all-time track record here at Circuit de Landsard. So Van Vlimmeren trying to move up the order. He's got to try and get past Dominic Hummels first of all, and has been lapping about 0.8 of a second quicker over the last lap or two. He's a second quicker than him, and Van Vlimmeren is through. Dive up the inside. Yes, his Buns has just got through. That was a great little move, a little back-end shimmy as the kart was under braking from the 418. As he managed to get through Brand Racing's Mark van der Kamp. Of course, Brand Racing, team run not just over here, but also back in the UAE by Danny Brandt. One of his mainstays, Tony Hogg, has qualified once again. And the man who's an Irishman and also a grandfather based out of the UAE these days. but it has been the case that things are really picking up pace. Jesse Spaan's making that great move on Van der Kamp, and what's more, there is another move. Bas van Blimmeren overtakes, I think that, yeah, that was Wim Rouleau. So Van Blimmeren, again, just putting some wonderful moves round other drivers. So Wim Rouleau losing out of position. Dominic Hummels in close proximity to the 554 through the chicane. Oh, Hummels nearly thought of a move there. Oh, and he's just clobbered the curb with the right front wheel, and it's spat the back end out to the left-hand side. Just under a minute to go, plus an additional 2 laps of racing. What's the gap between our top two? 1.3 seconds, and they are nigh on matching each other on pace. Sam Knopfler's last lap was a 43.912. Imke Arts, 4 1,000 slower. As right, Dylan LaHaye has got a flapping, mechanical black flag. Dylan LaHaye's got a loose rear bumper on the right-hand side. He's going to have to park that thing now, I'm afraid. So LaHaye will see it. It's dragging on the right rear. You can see it quite clearly. He's going to let the drivers through. So Axel Hoos and Nicolas Guillaume. Oh, Guillaume nearly went for the move up the inside. Through at turn 2. Oh, a little bit of a touch. Left front to right rear heading into turn 3. But Axel Hoos still holds on. Timer now expires and the fireworks haven't died down yet. Ton van Weert unfortunately has retired on lap number 9. But we've still got 2 more laps to go. Keeping an eye on our race leaders as they'll be coming out. Right, there we go, through the stadium section. Imke Arts has pulled away from Dylan LaHaye, who now will have to park it. Sam Knopfler's lead is now over 1.5 seconds. And another new fastest lap in the books. So Dylan LaHaye heads onto the weighbridge, and it's retirement for the 428 from Belgium, but Sam Knopfler's has this and 1 more lap to go. And Knopfler's, this will be his 5th win of the season, but 4 in a row. Was the double winner back at Kerpen. Also won at round number 4. And funnily enough, where was round 4? Well, he picks up the win in the final. Last lap underway. Knopfler's 43.917. Imke Arts 1.58 seconds behind. Axel Hoos in 3rd. Oh my goodness me. That points advantage that Axel Hoos has got over Imke Arts has just been equalised. It's gone to 0 between the two. And that's provisionally speaking, heading into the final later on. But on the final lap, one driver has kept it pinned. Not just for 1 race, make it not just 2, not just 3. Out of the final corner, it's 4 in a row. Another win for Sam Knopfler's here in the pre-final at round 6. Imke Arts 2nd, Axel Hoos 3rd, Nicolas Guillaume 4th, 5th. It's going to be Niels Böhler who picks up the DD2 Masters win in that one. Well, Niels Böhler, welcome to the winner's circle in DD2 Masters. There you see, for those watching at home, picture in picture, there is Sam Knopfler's, your pre-final winner overall for DD2 and DD2 Masters. 3 non-finishers. LaHaye with a loose rear bumper on lap 13. Ton van Weert on lap 9, and through that incident on lap 3, we lost Rick van der Start, but Sam Knopfler's wins ahead of Imke Arts. Axel Hoos, Nicolas Guillaume, Niels Böhler in DD2 Masters in 5th, ahead of Jesse Spaans, Mark van der Kamp, Derek van Kurt, Boris Knopfler's, Bas van Blimmeren recovers to finish 10th. Wim Rouleau and Dominic Hummels round out the order. Next up, we go to Gearbox, and KZ2 Masters is up for their pre-final next at 20 past 2. Now we head over to the sheer, pure performance-orientated karting division. KZ2 Masters. KZ2 will be up next, but it is a sublime amount of performance plus aggressive nature. These 6-speed gearbox-driven karts are absolutely mighty. And what's more, it's one of the most difficult disciplines in karting to master, because you have a standing start, not a rolling start. But here is your starting grid for the KZ2 Masters Pre-Final. Wesley Duval comes into this round of the championship leading things, having done a fantastic job back at Kaupen just back in August. He's had 4 wins in a row, so he has really been the one that has put the warning shot across the barrel. He starts alongside chief championship rival. How's about this? The top 3 are the top 3 in the championship standings. Wesley Duval on pole. Glenn Vandenhoek, who's on 4.79, rounds out the front row. William van der Kai just 2 points behind second place, will line up on third on the grid. He'll be joined by Buzz Steen, 9th in the championship standings. And then we also have along with them Sebastian Horder from Germany, Edgar Oosting, Mark Verhoeven, William Klooster, Gert van den Brink, Martin Versteeg, Kevin Korn, René Cleven, and Niels Koster. Niels Koster was a non-starter in qualifying, so I would imagine that's going to be a continuing situation where Koster will not take to the start. 10 minutes plus an additional lap. The front row lines up on the grid. This is equivalent to the Formula One of karting, because once they get launched off the line, it will be cry havoc, let's slip the dogs of war. Green flag waves at the back. Drivers are told to look at the lights. Red lights are on. And we're underway. Good start from the outside from Glenn Vandenhoek. Got the jump on Wesley Duval as they headed through into turn number 1. Now it's the long run down, accelerating up to 6th gear. Hard on the brakes, turn it in, downshift. Through into 2. But what a lightning start from Glenn Vandenhoek. Mugged Wesley Duval on the start, who now is currently 2nd. William van der Kai in 3rd. Now into turn 5 for the first time. Barsteen rounding out the top 4 through the left-right chicane into the stadium section. Now this is where poise and composure and also precision come into play through the triple right-hander. But Wesley Duval is right with Glenn Vandenhoek as they cross the line after the opening lap, 1/10 of a second apart. And Duval is going to try and possibly look for a move. He dives to the outside of Vandenhoek into turn number 2 to try and get the switchback attempt. However, Vandenhoek was wise to it. So all 12 drivers rounded out by Kevin Korn from Germany in the number 118. But it is going to be a fight at the front of the field. Glenn Vandenhoek coming under increasing pressure from not just William Duval, but also William van der Kai in 3rd place. They are literally nigh on line astern coming out of the triple right-hander into the final left. And now Duval's going to look for the move up the inside, possibly at turn 1. No, he thinks better of it. Van der Kai closes in through the left, through the right-hander. Now into the right-hander here at turn 2. Again, Duval shows his front. Sebastian Horder, in the meantime, has dropped down from 5th and is currently running P8 at the moment. Gert van den Brink now up past René Cleven for 10th. But in the meantime, Baz Steen has got the wind underneath his side pods and he's closing it on the top 3. It was 75 thousandths after lap number 2 between Vandenhoek and Duval. However, it's going to be a little bit more than that. Steen has got a real good run coming out of the final corner on Van der Kai for 3rd place. Van der Kai looks out of turn number 1 over his right shoulder. Steen is nigh on there. It's all about how you compose yourself into the braking zone, rotate the kart, accelerate, shift up the gears. It's driver and machine and tarmac all as one. So fastest lap of the moment set by Glenn Vandenhoek in clean air, no less. 44.582 seconds by the number 141, 2nd in the championship standings. But De Waal does not give up, never gives in. And now he's going for the race lead. He's going to pull wheel to wheel alongside. And De Waal retakes the top step of the grid at the moment, going through into turn number 2. That was perfectly timed by Wesley De Waal, but the fight in the top 4 is not over yet. Van der Kaaij is the meat in the proverbial sandwich between Van den Hoek and Steen. And De Waal put in the new fastest lap of the race, 44.090 on lap number 4. What a great one there from Wesley De Waal. He wants to keep that win streak alive, and he's pulling a gap. Van den Hoek doesn't know how to answer it at the moment, but with 6¼ minutes plus 2 additional laps still remaining, anything is possible. Now Van den Hoek coming under pressure from Van der Kaaij. Van der Kaaij is going to wait for his opportunity, but he better not hang around because Bas Steen is waiting in the wings. And also a shout out to my learned colleague who was co-commentator last time out, Job Briefveld, who's just at Spa this weekend, picked up a pole position and 2 podiums. And he's also running KZ2s at Supernats last year in Las Vegas. So Job will be back in the commentary box later on this season, but congratulations to his efforts this weekend. So 3-second time penalty, unsportsmanlike driving. Gert van den Brink down in 9th place. Oh, well, there you go. Not exactly what Gert van den Brink will want at this moment in time, because that will drop the number 117 down to 10th place behind Martin Versteeg. However, the battle is quite relentless at the front end of the field, despite the fact that Wesley De Waal is leading the way by about 0.6 of a second. William van der Kaaij is trying everything in the playbook to try and get through on Glenn van den Hoek for 2nd place. And that could be the difference between who is 2nd and who is 3rd going into the final race of this weekend later on today. But van der Kaaij might be only 1 point behind. If he gets in front, he goes 1 point ahead. So it's all about those little increments. And points do make prizes, folks. But Bas Steen has been waiting. He's ready like a coiled spring, is the number 136 in 4th place. Because if there is a moment between Van den Hoek and Van der Kaaij, then Steen will get through and possibly get past the pair of them. So sunshine back once again here at the circuit. More to the point, William De Waal continues to stride away, and he's putting in qualifying style laps. He's just done a 43.384. But Glenn van den Hoek still being put under pressure, and Van der Kaaij just doesn't seem to be able to, at the moment, find a way past. But never say never. We've still got under 3.5 minutes to go. The battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th really heating up. Bas Steen is still there. He is keeping pace. They've all been running in the 43.6s last time around. Behind them, oh, Van der Kaaij sideways under braking, nearly got through on Van den Hoek, but lost all that momentum. Has that meant that Bas Steen has got through? No, Bas Steen had to avoid that. Oh, very lucky. That was a bit of a clean-up on aisle 3 for William van der Kaaij at that point. But he managed to save it, so well held. It's from the old training in the DD2 Masters days from William. But that just goes to show how much you really need to take this category incredibly seriously. Because one wrong move and these karts bite. So at the moment, Wesley De Waal leads after 10 laps by 1.7 seconds. Glenn van den Hoek, 2nd. William van der Kaaij further 8/10 back in 3rd. 4th, Bas Steen, 3/10 behind the 104. Mod Verhoeven up 2 places now, running 5th. Edgar Oosting, William Klooster, Sebastian Holder still running in 8th place. Gert van den Brink Martin Versteeg, René Cleven and Kevin Korn. Unfortunately, of course, Gert van den Brink has now actually nearly bridged a 3-second gap between himself and Martin Versteeg to hold position. But things are petering out a little bit. The battles that we had in the first half of this race have slowly but surely started petering out. The sunshine is quite abrasive from up above, even in the early part of September. But you also got to realise that these drivers have got full race gear on. They've got a very, very hot engine to their immediate side. So Duval closes lap number 12 and consistently 43-1, 43-1, 43-0, 43-0. Wesley Duval is like a metronome at the minute. Consistently on pace and is on course to have another race win to his credit. And that's exactly what he wants. He wants to extend that championship lead by, it's going to be by, ahead of Glenn van den Hoek, that's going to be another 3 points added on to his tally in terms of the distance between the pair, which I think would be, let's have a quick look, shall we? I've got the championship standings up on my screen at the moment. That would be 555 plays, 521. So that will be, that'll be over 30 points, 34 points actually. That'll be the race. That'll be the gap. The timer is fast counting down at this point. Once I've got all the, well, I am waiting just for a couple more of the provisional results of how things are looking with regards to the ticket race for the grand finals in Sarno. I'll hopefully have those informations updated for you per race as we go into the finals. So Wesley Duval brings us on to the penultimate lap of the race. Lap 14 in the books, 2 to go. And another 43.087 by the race leader. Glenn van den Hoek has got William van der Kaaij about half a second behind. Just seen a little battle come through into my line of sight just a moment ago, which I think was William Kluster and Sebastian Order battling over 7th and 8th, Verhoeven and Oosting. Okay, that was the other battle. And those, right, that quartet's just coming out of turn number 5 as we speak. But Wesley Duval very shortly will start the last lap. There he is going through the stadium section. 123, William Duval out of the final corner. Last lap underway. Second could be heating up. William van der Kaaij has got a second wind and was only 2 tenths behind Glenn van den Hoek. Steen about 1.2 seconds behind them, but our race leader now coming through into turn 4 for the final time. But Wesley Duval got mugged on the start by Glenn van den Hoek, but that did not faze him. It's going to be another win in a row for Wesley Duval out of the final corner. Duval takes the pre-final. That's 5 on the bounce for the 123. Glenn van den Hoek holds on to second in the championship, but not by much. Finishes ahead of William van der Kaaij, Bas Steen. Mark Verhoeven rounds out the top 5. Edgar Oosting, William Kluster and Sebastian Roja round out the top 8. Gert van den Brink 9th. Martin Versteeg crosses the line, takes 10th. Just waiting for a couple of other drivers to cross the line. But Wesley Duval, 5 in a row, continues to lead the championship and has the opportunity to make it another race win later on. René Cleven and Kevin Korn round out the 12 finishers after 16 laps. Niels Koster a non-starter, but Wesley Duval continues his winning ways in KZ2 Masters. Time for our last pre-final of round 6. It is down to KZ2. 10 minutes plus 2 additional laps will decide our pre-final winner. Enzo Boll took pole position earlier on in qualifying this morning by over 1/10 of a second, ahead of Farin Mega. Jenstra and Nina Gederman round out row number 2. Gederman running in Formula 4 with Fortec Motorsports this year. Robin Glerum, and glad to also have back on the grid Bruno Mulders. That's the name I remember from the junior Rotax days a few years ago. They line up on row number 3. Daniel Tenbach and Renzo Alibax round out row number 4, ahead of Jeffrey Fixer and Dirk van Siftout. Bud Plug, Kevin Stehauer, Dan Zombie, Martin van Eyden, Rick Mears and Nigel Hendricks rounding out the grid. Jano Opmir opting to non-start. At the moment, Jenstra, 480 points. Renzo Alibax and Farin Mega tied on 445 points apiece. So far this season, Jenstra has had 2 second places, a 2/3, a second, 2 wins. Renzo Alibax, a win, a 2/3, 2 wins, 1 disqualification. Farin Mega, his highest place so far this season was at Kerpen on home soil at round 5 in the final. He's not yet secured a victory. And after this, we'll take our way through to the finals, and then the real battle begins. Not just for championships, but today being Grand Finals ticket day here at Chrono Karting. I'll give you an update on some of the scores provisionally. Of course, not all results have yet been ratified and confirmed, but I can give you a provisional sense of how things are looking at the moment. So the KZ2 drivers make their way onto the starting grid. Boll versus Mega on the front row. It's like their old days in juniors. This is going to be something interesting to watch. Keep your eyes on Nina Gederman. She will not be here to make up the numbers on the outside of row number 2. Jens Strøer, the current championship leader on the CRG, on the inside of row number 2. Green flag now shown at the back of the grid. Drivers instructed to look at the lights. Here we go. Red lights on. Revs rise. Oh, and let's go for it. Threading the eye of the needle. Jens Strøer trying to get through on Enzo Boll, and Farin Mega through the opening corner. And Boll squeezed a little bit wide. Mega down to 4th place. But an absolute... I didn't know whether a couple of drivers might have just anticipated the lights maybe a slight bit too early. Possibly might be under investigation. I'm not 100% sure, but that will be down to the people at race control. However, leading the way is a CRG. I do spot that Enzo Boll is in 2nd. Farin Mega battling with Nina Gederman initially for 4th place. Gederman down into 5th. So through the stadium section they go. And it's Jens Strøer leading. 2nd, Enzo Boll. Bruno Mulders has rocketed up the order. God, that was a lightning start from the 292. And is now ahead of Farin Mega, who's got a three-kart squabble on his hands. He's ahead of Robin Glerum. Daniel Tenbach. Nina Gederman's dropped down to 8th at the moment. She's behind Dirk van Siftout, who's made up 3 places from 10th on the grid. The field makes its way through into the chicane, now into the stadium section once again. Sunshine really beating down on the circuit here. I think people are wondering, am I going to need to wear a coat? Am I going to need to wear sunglasses? Is it going to be cold? Is it going to be wet? Is it going to be windy? Well, the thing is, the racing action carries on plentiful here at the moment. Okay, false start, 3-second time penalty given. Nina Gederman, 3 seconds. And Gederman currently running down in 10th position. And that will put Gederman currently at the moment on track is 10th. but effectively de facto puts her 14th based on current timings. The 13th or 14th, so behind Rick Mewers, I would imagine, in the 2:04. However, there's still 8 minutes to go plus an additional lap. Enzo Boll, in the meantime, has put in the fastest lap of the race, 44.466 by the 2:55 from SP Motorsport. He's already qualified for the Grand Finals as a DD2 driver through the Euro Trophy. Oh, there's been a change. A bit further back, two Burlarts going into battle, one of which Nina Gaderman, the other one I think might have been Dirk van Sift out, possibly in the 277. As there is, I think I've just spotted Jeffrey Fixer and Kevin Stehauer. They've just come through out of turn number 5. And, well, we've got one driver. Oh, right, okay. 281 Bart Plurk has come into the pit lane after lap 2. Unhappy, very animated. So a real shame there for the 281 on the Sodi kart. But at the moment, Jens Strø continuing to lead the way, ahead of Enzo Boll by nearly 0.6 of a second. Bruno Molders rounds out the top 3, followed by Fahin Mega, Robin Glirum, Daniel Tenbach, Jeffrey Fixer, Kevin Stehauer, Nina Gaderman now back up to 9th. And starting to slowly but surely climb back up the order. If you are a single-seater racer, KZ2 is KZ2 is a very, very good class to train your core muscles, which is you know, the mid part of your body. So you know, you're talking about your abdominals and any external muscles that are connected to that to really keep your core strength up, especially when you're pulling G-force. And you are pulling G-force, significant G-force in a KZ2 kart. So 5 minutes and 40 still to go, plus an additional lap. Enzo Boll is now closing and is within striking distance of Jens Strø. Farin Mega also closing in. Boll goes for the lead through at turn 2 and gets the job done. Mega, however, has had to wait. And he's trying around the outside at turn number 3 as Farin Mega. But they've got Robin Glirum and Daniel Tenbach right behind them. So Enzo Boll takes the lead on lap number 7. Enzo Alibax has dropped down to 12th position at the moment, so that might not be the best help for him in the meantime. But Boll is starting to stride away from Jens Strø. The gap now 0.36 of a second. Battle really heating up between Molders, Mega, Glirum, Tenbach. A quartet of them now heading through the left-hander at 5, through the chicane at 6 and 7, now into 8 and 9 at the stadium section. Boll has, oh well, Jens Strø has dropped off the back of Enzo Boll, who's just found 6/10, pretty much. As Farin Mega diving up the inside. Oh, that was a 3-1 exchange. Mega's got through. Molders loses out. Glirum gets through and now is up into 3rd place. Robin Glirum absolutely took full advantage of the situation. Mega dived up the inside of Molders. Molders lost out. Now drops ahead of Jeffrey Fixer. So again, just this, it's a cat and mouse game. So a minute, well, 1 second covers the top 2 at the moment. Glirum is 3.8 seconds behind in 3rd place. Mega 4th. Molders, I think, is trying to hold off opposition. That includes Jeffrey Fixer. Nina Gaderman has really started to move up the order back again, as she's just set a personal best lap of the race, 42.225. Still has a 3-second penalty for a jump start infringement, which will put her down to 11th by the checkered, but there's still opportunity for Gaderman to make moves. And first of all, could get through on Moulders very, very shortly, or maybe Fixer. So Fixer and Moulders are in close proximity in front of Gaderman. Moulders defends from Fixer into turn number 2. Good move there by the 292 to park the car on the racing line. Meantime, Robin Glerum and Farin Mega are starting to pull away. Now, Farin has admitted to me last week in Mulden when he was coaching Kimi Mai, who's also picked up a Grand Finals ticket for Team Germany. He said, well, Eindhoven's not my favourite track, but I'm carefully optimistic about my chances this weekend. Well, if you're catching and keeping pace with Robin Glerum, you're doing a standout job, young man. Renzo Alibax, I think, has become the latest driver. And yeah, we've just seen that Renzo's car in the pit lane. A real shame for Alibax, who did a really fantastic move around the outside at turn 2 at Kerpen back earlier on this year at round 5. But there's still an opportunity here for some drivers to make a move. Now, Farin Mega could do himself a very big favour here if he can get past Robin Glerum in the dying stages of this race. So, right, we've got another start line infringement. Martin van Eyden, and now new track record by Enzo Bol in KZ2. 41.679 seconds by the race leader. So Bol brings us on to the second from last lap. He's got a 2-second advantage over Jens Sturr. Robin Glerum 3rd, Farin Mega still 4th. Daniel Tenbach, Bruno Moulders, Jeffrey Fixer, Kevin Steyhauer, Dan Zotfi and Dirk van Siftout ran at the top 10. What's happened to Nina Gaderman in the meantime, I wonder? Last lap around, well, did a 45.4 on lap number 11, so not too sure if there might have been a drama there for Gaderman, possibly if the driver was trying to overtake or she was trying to engage into an overtake herself. But the timer is now going to hit 0, 2 laps to go. So literally he was on the wire for Enzo Bol there. But Enzo Bol has done exactly what he's needed to do and started from pole position. Had Jeffrey Jens Sturr trying to get through the inside of both, well, the middle of him and Farin Mega on the start. But Jens Sturr will still continue his way to being in the top 3 as we're on the final lap. Farin Mega not that far behind Robin Glerum, but it could be too little too late. Daniel Tenbach, a further 9/10 back in 5th place, ahead of Bruno Moulders, Jeffrey Fixer, Kevin Steyhauer, Dan Zotfi and Dirk van Siftout, rounding out the top 10. Nina Gaderman in 11th, ahead of Rick Mewers, Nigel Hendricks and Martin van Eyden. Lorenzo Alibax out on lap 7, Bob Plug out on lap 2. But winning the pre-final in KZ2, hit at Circuit de Landsard at round 6. Enzo Bol brings it across the line to win the race and also sets the all-time track record in the process. Jens Sturr, Robin Glerum, Farin Mega and Daniel Tenbach round out the top 5. Bruno Moulders, Jeffrey Fixer, Kevin Steyhauer round out the top 8. 9th, Dirk van Siftout, Dan Zotfi 11th. Nina Gaderman will still hold on to 11th despite a 3-second time penalty for a false start. Rick Mewes, Nigel Hendricks and Martijn van Eden will also retain their positions. Van Eden also found to have jumped the start. Renzo Alabak's on lap 7 out, and Bart Plug retires on lap number 2. Well, folks, we now come down to the business end of round 6. It's time for the finals, and first up, let's take you through the starting grid for Micromax. And it is as follows. Niki Naruhito Tomasi, winner of the pre-final, starts from pole position ahead of Ryan Rampadarath. Dimitar Lazarov and Conor Halfer round out row number 2 with Noah Stehauder, Bruce Chirino and Mateus Clever rounding out the grid. Now, according to scores that I have received, now these scores may still be provisional at the time that I am discussing them. At the moment, including drop scores, new championship leader after the pre-final, Ryan Rampadarath, 363 points. Conor Halfer and Niki Naruhito Tomasi equal on 360 points apiece. Dimitar Lazarov, 350. Noah Stehauder, 335. Mateus Clever, 321. And Bruce Chirino, 316, which means the following. Niki Naruhito Tomasi has to officially beat Ryan Rampadarath by more than 3 points. So if Tomasi wins and Rampadarath holds on to second, it could go to count back, which could be close. However, based on that fact, Tomasi has to win, Rampadarath has to finish P3. Right then, let's get things going for the finals. And they are gonna send them around again. Oh, the tension is building. So if Niki Naruhito Tomasi and Ryan Rampadarath finished as they were in the pre-final, as they are right now, Rampadarath, I think, would be, so looking at it from this perspective, that would be, oh, well, it would put them, looking at it from that, well, let's see how things pan out, but I don't want to spoil, I don't want to start calculating maths at this point. I want to concentrate on the racing for you folks here at the circuit, but also watching at home. And a big thank you to everyone. We've had a consistent amount of about 100, 110 viewers at one point or another. But this is the first race where one of the grand finals tickets for Team Netherlands gets decided. Red lights reignited on the gantry here at Circuit de Landsard. 1,030 metres, 13 minutes plus 2 laps. Revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out and we're underway. And into turn number 1, Tomasi has the race lead. Rampadarath is holding on to second and keeps it through turn 2. Neatly done there by the number 32 from SB Motorsport. But Tomasi has already struck with an early lead. So I've got a little bit of time here on my hands. Well, I say that, but so, at the moment, you're going to love me for this, it's tied on points. So, 363 points plus 52 for Ryan Rampadarath puts us to 415. Niki Naruhito Tomasi, 360 points plus 55 equals 415. Now, if it goes to count back, it would go the way of Tomasi. So now, what Ryan Rampadarath needs is one thing, and one thing alone, and that is to win the final. And when that is confirmed, not if, when that is confirmed, then Rampadarath will head to Sarno. If it goes to count back, it's in the favour of the race leader at the moment. Sun continuing to beat down on the circuit here at the Landsard in what has been so far an action-packed round 6 out of 8. We return to Circuit Berchem on the 13th of October, and I'm pleased to let you know the following, folks. Unfortunately, I won't be here, but there is a man that will be, and I'll reveal that person at the end of the broadcast. But I will be back for the season finale in the first weekend of November when we crown our 2024 Dutch Rotax and KZ2 champions, powered by Chrono Karting at the home of champions, where it all started very much earlier on this year at Karting Genk. And a couple of weeks before that, we started with the Champions Winter Trophy. But Rampadarath is keeping Niki Naruhito Tomasi very, very honest. So there will have been a conversation in the lengthy break in between the pre-final and the final. So at the moment, it is even Stevens, but heads to count back. .169 with the advantage that Naruhito Tomasi had. But Rampadarath showed his nose through the final right-hander as if to give Tomasi a little bit of a scare. And now this is bringing Dimitar Lazarov in. Now, all I'm going to say is this. If you have 2, it's company. 3, it's a crowd. And if Lazarov becomes the deciding factor in this, well, how about that for a final chapter to write here on round 6? Now, at the moment, Halfa is the fastest out there, 49 point. No, not Halfa, it's Lazarov. My apologies there to Connor. Dimitar Lazarov has the opportunity to get in between Ryan Rampadarath and Niki Naruhito Tomasi. It was quicker than the pair of them by about 0.2. 0.6 of a second covers the top 3 at the moment as Rampadarath defends. That's not going to help him at all at this moment in time. Now I'm going to throw a little bit of a possible equation here. Let's say, for instance, Niki Naruhito Tomasi does not win, finishes second. If Ryan Rampadarath finishes in P3 and Dimitar Lazarov wins the final, it's 1 point. And what will that mean? It means that Tomasi would not get the chance to go to Sano, but Rampadarath will. This is where I really, really feel for these drivers, that they put so much hard work, and there only can be one driver that ends up getting that opportunity, and the other one has to wait for another chance to get that, you know, be able to have that opportunity to try and race against, you know, the very, very best in the world. And at the moment, well, Niki Naruhito Tomasi is leading that charge. So it would, well, looking at it from this perspective, looking at it from, so at the moment, well, Ryan Rampadarath has got 2 victories. Niki Naruhito Tomasi, 2 victories. Second places, 2 apiece. 2 third places for Rampadarath. Tomasi, 1 third place. Oh, it could. I mean, if it goes to 3 wins, then it is effectively that will be the casting factor. However, over the course of a race distance like this, when it's 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps, you don't know how the pendulum is going to swing, and especially when you've got the top 3 covered. Oh, there's the move that's, oh, that's a change, and that is a decisive change at this stage. 7 minutes in, and Ryan Rampadarath now is down in 3rd place. However, the script has not yet fully been realised and written. And this is where things get a little bit fraught. Now, it is about how drivers react. And I wouldn't say the word retaliate, but start fighting back. You know, retaliation is a very, very sinister word. Fighting back, in my eyes, is a better way of looking at the situation, because it's about how a driver dusts themselves off from a knockback and how they really start pushing to the fore. And that's where it all comes to fruition. So 8 minutes completed, 5 to go, plus 2 additional laps. Also, for those drivers that do win Grand Finals tickets today, they will be presented by our official Dutch Lion mascot here at Chrono Karting. And we'll have that after the weekend results. 1.2 seconds is now the advantage that Niki Naruhito Tomasi has over Dimitar Lazarov. So, the scores on the doors at the moment between Rampadarath and Naruhito Tomasi. With 360 points at the moment, to his credit, plus 55 for a win. Niki Naruhito Tomasi, 415 points. Ryan Rampadarath, 363 coming into this race. 50 points for a third would be 413. And there's cheers coming in for Bruce Chirino. Okay, Batman. We also got Niki Naruhito Tomasi having support from Arthur Ray Karting and the Duke of Holland on YouTube. 3.5 minutes to go. And at the moment, the pace that Lazarov is setting is not setting the timesheets alight, and the gap is pretty much at a stalemate as things stand right about now. So 12 laps completed. Naruhito Tomasi has now expanded that gap to just over 1.3 seconds, which is now climbing. Dimitar Lazarov and Ryan Rampadarath round out the top 3. Conor Halfer 4th, Noah Stehauder 5th, Luis Chirino and Mateus Clever round out the top, or round out the 7 strong. Then we've got an even bigger fight in Minimax coming up next. But Ryan Rampadarath needs to start fighting back. It could be too little, too late, but everything has to be put into the efforts right now. Wind has picked up to a southeasterly direction, 10 kph. So whether that has a bearing on how that is impacting the circuit, and also whether that might be providing a little bit of unwelcome breeze that might unsettle karts. But Lazarov is still in that 2nd position. To the final minute and a half plus 2 additional laps of this Micro Max final, and the tension is palpable. The way things stand, looks to be the case. Now looking at Niki Naruhito Tomasi, that will be a 3rd win this season. last time out. Won at round 4 back here. Won the pre-final, finished second in the final. Rampadarath was second in the pre-final, won in the final. But now it's all gone the way of one particular driver. Niki Naruhito Tomase goes on to our second from last lap. Lap number 15 completed, lap 16 underway. So the timer is counting down. We've got about 2.5 kilometers of racing still to go. And Niki Naruhito Tomase, who started from, who really has decided, you know what, I'm going to take this race weekend by the scruff of the neck and bring it along for the ride with me. 2 laps to go. The number 25 on the CRG throws it into turn 1 on the penultimate lap of the race. Now the run down into turn 2. There's Dimitar Lazarov and Ryan Rampadarath. Connor Halfer and Noah Stehauder rounding out the top 5. Brice Chirino comes across the line in 6th. And Mateus Clever, who's been struggling with engine dramas over the course of the weekend. His dad informed me yesterday, well, they've had problems with the top part of the spark plug. Hasn't been sitting well, hasn't been clipping into place. But Niki Naruhito Tomase is 1 lap away from a double victory that could be something to change this driver's life. Out of the final corner, 1 lap to go. Tomase just needs to bring that car across the line and take the victory. Lazarov has started closing, but it was only a 10.5. If that was started about 4 laps ago and then Lazarov increased pace, then I would understand that there would be a possibility the number 25, Niki Naruhito Tomase, would be under bigger danger. But as the laps have counted down, as the corners have faded away behind the number 25, so it's going to be a double victory this weekend. Out of the final corner, it's 2 for 2 here at Landsard. Niki Naruhito Tomase takes the win. Oh, now, did I just see something there that I thought I had to do a double take at? Ryan Rampadarath, second. Dimitar Lazarov, I'm not too sure what happened there. But, well, you know what I'm going to do is I'm not going to say anything about who our ticket winners will be because I'm not sure. We will officially announce them at the prize givings later on today, but it will go to a tie-break. So, Niki Naruhito Tomase takes the provisional win in the final, 2 for 2 for the number 25. Ryan Rampadarath, P2 ahead of Dimitar Lazarov, who also set the fastest lap of the race. Connor Halfer, Noah Stehauder, Brice Chirino and Mateus Clever ran out the finishing order, all making it to the checkered. So let's take you through the grid for the Minimax final here for round 6. Vince van der Hallen will start from pole position ahead of Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Then we've got Jeff Verbeek and Milano Schiphorst. Tiger Holthausen, Gage Moyes round out row number 3. James van der Poel and Gillian Dummer round out row 4, completing the top 10. Laurens van Vlaanderen and Mick Klinkers. Mika Vonk and AJ Bograaf round out row 6 ahead of Devram Yater and Didi Dadali. Jara Kivitz-Bosch and Max van der Meer complete row 8 ahead of Jesse Andringa, Stephen Warrens, Joshua Lauderson, Jens Kielstra, who completes the top 20. Rounding out the 24-strong grid, Anastasia Tooley, Rickard Joppen, Milan Clays and Duncan Oudson. So 2 tickets up for grabs for this year's 25th anniversary of the Grand Finals. And at the moment, well, Gage Moyes and Olivier Mazurkiewicz are in pole position for picking up the 2 relevant tickets. Gage competed last year as a micro driver. This year, he's a rookie, but he still has the opportunity to compete for that ticket. So 13 minutes plus an additional 2 laps will decide who wins here at the Landsard. Revs rise, lights are out, and we're underway, and it's the run down to turn number 1. Oh no! Who's got around? Was that Gage Moyes? Was that Gage Moyes at turn 1? That was a Birillart at the back end of the field, and there's Mika Vonk turned around. It was Gage Moyes. All the elbows were well and truly sharpened. It was an even start going into turn 1, but Gage Moyes might have been slightly forced wide, and on the outside, 2 wheels on the grass, and the 134 span around. Excuse me. So, after lap number 1, Vince van der Hallen leads Olivier Mazurkiewicz, doing exactly what he did in the pre-final, putting the pressure on van der Hallen through into turn number 2. Holthausen, Mazurkiewicz, well, it's Verbeek actually that's up into P2. Tiger Holthausen now in 3rd. Olivier Mazurkiewicz drops down. I thought it was Gage Moyes. It was actually Milano Schiphorst. My apologies to Milano and to Gage there for accidentally calling that wrong. I'd rather admit my mistakes than call it completely wrong and then not correct myself. So Gage Moyes 5th at the minute. Julian Dummer 6th. 7th, James van der Poel. Laurens van Vlaanderen, Mick Klinkers, AJ Bograaf. So Mika Vonk and Milano Schiphorst. Well, Schiphorst 8th in the championship coming into this final race of round number 6. But in the meantime, Milano Schiphorst has dusted himself off and goes, right, now let's get the aggressive, the controlled aggression out and go for broke. And that is exactly what is happening. So at the moment, let's look at it this way. So, first of all, Gage Moyes, running 5th, 48 points. Olivier Mazurkiewicz, 49 points, running 4th. So, Gage Moyes, 356 plus 350. James van der Poel at the moment is currently running 7th, which is 46. So at the meantime, Moyes and Mazurkiewicz, if they stay where they are, this could be the moment they've needed. Jeff Verbeek is currently 11th in the championship. So if the 2 drivers provisionally stay where they are, Gage Moyes and Olivier Mazurkiewicz will represent the Netherlands at the Grand Finals. But it's not yet set in stone. Mazurkiewicz being hustled by Moyes to get through on Holthausen on the Maranello. Moyes looks to the inside, through at turn number 3. Dummer's now going to get through. Oh, that's not what Cage Moyes needed. James van der Poel has got through on him. So that means Cage Moyes drops down 5th to 7th. But it does not mean the end of the race for the grand finals for Cage Moyes. Still will put him ahead of Olivier Mazurkiewicz in terms of the championship standings, including the 2 drop scores. Now, looking at it from this perspective, Cage Moyes, well, if he has lower than 45 points in a race, he can use that as his new drop score, which gives him a slight... He's currently, at the moment, on 49 points. Yes, maths is tricky subjects, especially when you... However, at the moment, the race continues at the pace it has done, like we saw in the pre-final. Verbeek is gunning for Van der Hullen for the race lead. Wind has picked up, gone to the southeast now, 14 kph. Humidity 64%, air temperature 19 degrees, the hottest it's been all day. But now Jeff Verbeek swarming all over the back bumper of Vince van der Hullen for the race lead. Through into the chicane, bumper to bumper. Van der Hullen has still got a slight edge, but keep your eyes on the driver who's just moved up to 3rd. Olivier Mazurkiewicz now moves up, and that is going to be 50 points for his tally at the moment as things stand. Mazurkiewicz doing a sterling job, but now has to really put the pressure on the 2 in front to guarantee himself that place. Cage Moyes, in the meantime, has got himself up into 6th place. That's more like it. He's got through on, well, James van der Poel has dropped behind Cage Moyes, AJ Berggraaf and Laurens van Vlaanderen. They now round out the top 8. 9th goes down to, well, 9th now is occupied by James van der Poel. A little bit of a a little bit further back, outside of the top 10, but the real focus is at the sharp end of the field. Tygo Holthausen is closing in on the top 3. First on his list in his crosshairs is Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Julian Dummer, the youngster from Germany, running on the Charles Leclerc chassis, is closing in. Fastest lap of the race so far, now back up to 17th and fighting his way through the field. Milano Schipphorst. 47.128. When you are a driver down the order after an incident that was maybe not of your doing, you're the one that's got to pick yourself up, dust yourself off and go to town. You've got to go for it, you've got to risk it. Risk versus reward. AJ Berggraaf and Cage Moyes again battling away over 6th position. They've got Laurens van Vlaanderen and James van der Poel closely following them. Five and a quarter minutes still to go, plus an additional 2 laps, and look at the train at the front end of the field. It's a quartet, soon possibly to be a quintet, courtesy of Julian Dummer from Germany. But Van der Hullen, Verbeek lead a Belgian 1-2. Olivier Mazurkiewicz, who won the final here back in the 3rd weekend of May this year, looking for being on that top step of the rostrum once again. So with 4 minutes and 20 to go plus 2 additional laps, Laurens van Vlanderen has become the effective de facto Jarno Trulli in the train and is losing time and positions. Has just been passed by Max van der Meer and Mick Klinkers. In the meantime, Olivier Mazurkiewicz has got through on Jeff Verbeek for second place. Now the opportunity to pick up a maximum score at this moment in time, and at such a pivotal point. Van der Hallen is not a CNAF registered driver. Races under a Belgian licence as a Belgian national. Mazurkiewicz is trying to do everything to secure a ticket to Sarno in the best way possible, which is a win on a home track. And a lot of years we have hosted the presentation of Team Netherlands for the Grand Finals for many a year here at this circuit. Obviously, with the Grand Finals being earlier on this year, it has been a request of Rotax that we are crowning our Grand Finals ticket winners this weekend. And we want to settle that out on track. Top 4 covered by 6.5 tenths. James van der Poel, new fastest lap, 46.972. Let's see, James van der Poel currently in 8th place, which is 45 points. Puts James van der Poel on 380. Rickert Joppen, let's see where he is at the moment. Rickert Joppen is 24th, out of the running. Julian Dimmen does not qualify because being a German driver. Tygo Holthausen, 317 points at the moment. Currently running, that is going to mean that Holthausen is going to be out of the running for a ticket. I think also the same could be said for Milano Schipphorst. But now it is down to one driver. If a certain Olivier Mazurkiewicz picks up the race win, he will beat Gage Moyes on the road. Moyes still steady and holding station in 6th place. Blue flags being waved. Leaders now starting to catch that driver. Oh, this could be very, very hairy, but the driver keeps it out of the way. Well played, but not in front of that battle there. That was Gage Moyes and AJ Berggraaf. And the back marker could possibly cost Moyes 2 positions through turn number 3, and that's happened. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Gage Moyes has just got to hang on, stay alive. I cannot believe what I've just seen. That'll basically mean that if Gage Moyes comes across the line in 8th place, he'll still be on course. A minute to go. Plus 2 additional laps. That's 4 laps of racing in total. The back marker keeps out of the way once again, but AJ Berggraaf squeezes James van der Poel into turn 2. Gage Moyes just needs to wait and bide time, but not hang around for too long. And now Olivier Mazurkiewicz finds he's between a rock and a hard place at the moment, because behind him are Jeff Verbeek and Tygo Holthausen. This is the quartet battling over the race lead. It's been led for the majority of it, if not all of it, by Vince van der Hallen. We're going to have 3 more laps to go very shortly. Gage Moyes holding on in 8th, trying to get through on AJ Berggraaf in the meantime. But 3 laps to go. Mazurkiewicz, when is he going to pull the trigger? Will it be down into turn 2? Van der Hallen defence. Mazurkiewicz to the outside, might open the door. I think he's just opened the door, but still might keep it going into turn 3. Not quite. No, he drops to 4th, but back up the inside, through in the next corner goes Olivier Mazurkiewicz, back on Tygo Holthausen to retake 3rd place. Oh, the heartbreak nearly hits everybody. But the timer has expired. Vince van der Hallen is on course for yet another win. Took a win in the final at the season opener at Karting Genk. Then we went to round 2 at Berchem. Took a win in the final there. Round 4, we came here to Landsard, won the pre-final. has won the pre-final here at round 6. And with a lap and a half to go, oh, the story is still being written as we speak before our very own eyes. But next time around, it will be the final lap. KZ now up into 7th place. Last lap, here we go for the Minimax final. Here at round 6, Van der Halen, Verbeek, Mazurkiewicz, top 3. Holzhausen, Dimmer, Van der Poel, Moyes, Berggraaf. Then we've got Shiphorst, who's made his way all the way back up to 9th. Mick Klinkers rounds out the top 10. Can Mazurkiewicz do something special to maybe even stick it to Verbeek and get through for 2nd place? There's only a handful of corners left. Through the chicane here at turn 6 and 7. Now into the next one at 8 and 9. Through into the stadium section for the last time here on lap number 19. Well, it's been a long time coming, but finally it's going to happen. Vince van der Halen wins the double. 2nd, Jeff Verbeek. I think possibly it could be the 2 following drivers heading to Sarno. This is provisional, so please don't quote me on it. I provisionally make it that both KZ and Olivier Mazurkiewicz, who finished 7th and 3rd respectively, may be going to Sarno. We will confirm on our social medias later, but here are your provisional results. Vince van der Halen does the double for the first time this season here in Chrono Karting at round 6. Winning by 0.447 of a second ahead of Jeff Verbeek. A Belgian 1-2. Mazurkiewicz, P3, potentially could be on his way to Sarno for Team Netherlands. Tygo Holthausen, Julian Dummer, James van der Poel, KZ in 7th, maybe the 2nd member of the Dutch Lions going to Sarno in Minimax from this championship. AJ Berggraaf, Milano Shiphorst, Mick Klinkers, Max van der Meer, Didier Dedale, Mika Vonk, Devrim Yater, Jarakiewicz Bosch, Jesse Andringa, Stephen Worms, then we've got Milan Claes, Duncan Hudson, Joshua Lorison, Anastasia Tully, Jens Kielser, Lawrence van Vlaanderen, Rickert Joppen, but the standout drive back from the bottom of the field to finish 9th, Milano Shiphorst needs no mentioning there, but Van der Halen does the double.
Timetable van de week, Kerpen.
Oh, dat is ook lekker.
Ja, dat is nog van pedos. Dat is wel makkelijk. Hoog zoeken is wel heel makkelijk.
Ja. Ik heb nou voor het voertuig staan.
Ja, proberen.
Ja.
En de baan vond ik wel lastig om te kaderen. En dat puntje dat beweegt een beetje over mee.
Ja, precies.
Ik weet ook wel vastzitten en dat is wel makkelijk.
Ik heb alleen een RF lens, dus dat maakt wel goed.
Ja, gewoon dat tussen ja, prima. Maar ik bedoel het wel lang al mee.
Ja, het is op zich wel prima, maar ik heb iets scherp, maar dat is echt pas helemaal in dat soort niveau. En dat doet eigenlijk niet meer. Doe je dan zelf een beetje.
Dat is alleen zo nog bij. Dat is een hele uithalen.
Waar ik eerst naar gekeken, want dit kwam een beetje gegeven. Ik heb toen ook tweedehands gekocht. Toen konden ze meer die we vinden. Nou, laten repareren. Dus ik heb klap geld.
Two finals down, and we've got a few more to go. Let's take you through the starting order for the Junior Rotax final here for round 6. Days Van Wyk will be joined by Borin Blankenberg on the front row. Van Wyk on pole position. Bran van der Weken and Boris Maximov round out row number 2 ahead of Max Sadurski and Jim Buck. Boris Verhagen and Luca van Leer round out the 4th row with row 5 completed by Levi Dries and Thijs Stevens. Rokkerke, Ryan Kiewitsbosch, Lieke van Beukel, Vince Dries, Adam Vida, Rick Kopperal, Ruden Engelsman, Henry Melchior, Jor Valkenaars, Jens Gebroys. Then we've also got Tony Van Nissen and Jot van Ekelen round out the grid. 3 drivers are in contention for Grand Finals tickets. And the 3 are Max Sadurski starting 5th. Boris Maximov starting 4th, Thijs Stevens starting 10th. 13 points effectively separate them. But it's the gap between the middle place driver and the lowest place driver that is going to play of interest. But all 3 drivers have an opportunity. So revs rise into the tramlines we go. Lights are out first time. Now the run into turn number 1. Someone's lost a chain guard in the early exchanges. So someone's going to be mechanically black flagged very, very shortly as we run down into turn number 2 for the first time. Bit of bumping and boring. So drivers being very, very aggressive on the early goings in this race as they head into turn 3. So one driver will be given the mechanical black flag very, very shortly once that's been picked out through 22 runners. Side by side at the back end of the field between Jens Gebroys and Tony Van Leersum, I believe, as our leaders make their way through into the triple right-hander on the completion of the opening lap through the stadium section for the first time. Now, I'm trying to see what colour that chain guard is that has been lost. So one car is going to get a mechanical black flag. Difficult to make out from the, well, Morena start flag marshal is bringing it over. Oh, that's going to be a car that has a JVD power engine attached to the back of it. So we will find out who that will be very, very shortly. But at the moment, well, Boris Maximov holding station in 4th. Max Sadurski in 5th. And Thijs Stevens exactly where they were after the opening lap. Days Van Wyk leading the way. Max, the Bran van der Weken dived up the inside. And I think might have just gotten 2nd place. Yep, Sadurski now goes 3rd. So that's going to be quite crucial. That puts Sadurski on 506 points. So Boris Maximov has dropped to 7th. Oh dearie, dearie me for the young man from Bubin Power. So that is going to put him on 498. Tay Stevens. Okay, so at the moment, Sidursky, Maximov are in the hunt, but it's the 222 that has just been given the mechanical black flag, Tony van Leersum. So, Tony van Leersum will have to park that kart in the pit lane. Meantime, Max Sidursky still battling away with Bran van der Weyken. Sidursky is now through and up into 2nd. That's pivotal. If Sidursky stays where he is, he's provisionally booking his place to Sano in the Grand Finals. This just goes to show how much it means to these drivers. Everyone from 5th downwards, which includes Bodine Blankenberg. Well, Bodine Blankenberg was in mathematical contention coming into the final, or coming into the pre-final. Not into the final, however. So it's a 3-driver scrap for 2 prize tickets. Tay Stevens now moves up another position into 9th. That's another point gained. However, Boris Maximov now back up into what is going to be 6th position. So, 6th position, 47 points. Okay, so running total, Sidursky 508, Maximov 499, Stevens 492. That is including a possibility of drop scores. Now, Max Sidursky's lowest drop score of 48. Maximov's lowest drop score of 41. No, a 24. So, and then Stevens has had a 43 and a 44. So, at the moment, Tay Stevens has got some work to do. Now currently running 9th behind Bodine Blankenberg. But Thijs van Wijk, who already secured his place through the international track. Oh, little bit of a robust move there on Levi Dries by Bran van der Weyken. Van der Weyken, slight sidewall check there, but no harm, no foul on that one. Just the slightest of glances. Across the line they go. Van Wijk leads, Sidursky second, third Van der Weyken. And another mechanical black flag. This time it is to the 285. Lieke van Berkel, who is currently running down in 17th position. So a real shame for Lieke van Berkel. Careful, Boris Maximov. Oh, he's going to have Lieke van Leer up the inside, so that's a point lost by Maximov. Still keeps him ahead by provisionally 6 points in front of Tay Stevens at the moment. And still the pace carries on. Okay, we've got a big penalty going the way of driver 232, Ryan Kiewitzbosch. 10-second time penalty, 4 wheels outside the corridors, thereby breaking the race formation before the lights went out. Oh, that's a big slam dunk penalty there. More to the point, Boris Maximov has just lost a point in the battle. So, Boris Maximov back to 498. He goes down to 7th behind Lieke van Leer. But at the moment, Sidursky and Maximov are that close to securing their places on Team Netherlands for this year. We've still got seniors, DD2 and DD2 Masters. DD2 Masters pretty much has been decided, but I'll let you know about that a little bit later on. But there is still bragging rights and still competition to be had. Six and a half minutes to go, plus an additional 2 laps of racing. And, well, the wind has picked up again, 14 kilometres an hour to the southeast. So, Van Wijk continuing to lead the way. Now, it is a case of what can Tay Stevens and Boris Maximov do in the dying moments of this race. We've got 6 minutes to go plus an additional 2 laps. So Maximov is having to rest a little bit and is okay. So Maximov was trying to get through on, that's Rocco Kerr, who's actually ahead because Luca Van Leer has already made up a place and now is up to 5th. Okay, Luca Van Berkel has just been excluded from the race for ignoring the mechanical, well, I like that, meatball flag. It's basically black flag with an orange meatball in the middle of it. Means you've got a technical issue, you need to park it, it's not safe, you've got to come into the pit lane. So Luca Van Berkel brings the car into the pits and we'll probably ask why was I black flagged? The drivers are given a 3-lap window of opportunity to get their cars back into pit lane. Otherwise they get black flagged and it is classed as an exclusion. But still, I've got a sense that something might be brewing in the pipeline here. And what I mean by that, no, I'm not talking about a beer keg trying to dispense a pint of beer or ale of your choice. Keep your eyes on Max Swiderski at the moment because he is closing in on Thijs van Wijk. 44.7 was Van Wijk's last lap. Swiderski, 44.555. That says to me, 10th and a half. And now there's going to be the wrestle for the race lead and through. Oh, robust, but it was necessary. Max Swiderski on lap number 12 at turn 4 got the move done. So that really cements his place. If it stays like it is and it's confirmed. Right, let's look at it. 500. Oh, that will make sure that he is there. Swiderski now starting to defend. He's got Van der Weyken and Levi Dries started down in 9th. Hello, where have you sprung from? Well, there you go. It's about taking your opportunities whilst you can. Now, Boris Maximov has an opportunity to get past on Luca Van Leer and Thijs van Wijk. Van Wijk does not need to worry about the ticket. He's already secured it. But more to the point, the thing is, what needs to happen? Van Wijk needs to have a championship lead at the end of this race. And at the moment, Max Swiderski is eating into it. So, biggest movers up the order at the moment. Well, not many, but Levi Dries started 9th, now 3rd. Jur Valkenaars, now currently in 15th, up 4 places, is the number 225. So, excuse me. Boris Maximov still trying to get forward from 6th place. And has probably about 4.5 minutes, I would say, to hang on at the moment. That's going to be very, very crucial indeed. Very crucial indeed. Oh, and we've just had an incident on the start-finish straight. Rocco Kerr backwards off of the final corner and has hit the barriers. I thought I heard a thump of tyre against the big plastic barrier, and that's just happened. So we'll have yellow flags. So drivers cannot overtake unless they see the green flag waved on the start-finish straight. But Max Swiderski continues to lead the way with 1 minute and 45 still to go. Real shame for Rocco Kerr of how his weekend has just ended. So, Thijs Stevens. Oh, right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's another point gain. So, oh, Boris Maximov has got to be very, very careful. However, don't do that. Oh, Levi Dries just got muscled out by Luca Van Leer. Levi Dries was running so well, and Luca Van Leer just decided to send it, and then Levi Dries coming out of turn number 4 went wide and then onto the grass and lost a couple of positions as well. That is going to help another couple of drivers, which might include Taze Stevens. No, Taze Stevens has gone backwards. Taze Stevens now is 8th. Maximov still P6. But Max Sidursky is holding on to that race lead. We've got 30 seconds plus 2 additional laps left to go. And he's really put on a good defensive masterclass here as Max Sidursky. The 297 from the Netherlands has had the goal set in his sights, and now it's 3 laps away. Now looking at the win count this season, Max Sidursky, funnily enough, won the pre-final at the season opener. Round 4 took a win in the final. And it looks like round 6 is also going to be one to cherish and one to remember for the 297. Timer has expired. 2 more laps remain. And more to the point, it could be a very significant point for not just one, but 2 drivers. 2 laps remain. 2 tenths separate first and second. Sidursky has been under pressure for the majority of this race, courtesy of Belgian Bran van der Weyken. But it's about how you gather yourself up. Taze Stevens will fight to the death to get an opportunity to represent Team Netherlands for one more time as a junior Rotax driver. But that time, that opportunity is fast fading away for the 282. Yellow flags at Marshall Post 6, so someone's had a drama. We are about to go onto the final lap. Max Sidursky has daylight at the end of the tunnel. 3 tenths is nearly the gap between him and Bran van der Weyken. Van der Weyken might want to try and spoil the party, but Sidursky says, no, you do not get past me. You are not going to take my moment in the September sunshine here at the Landsard. Van der Weyken again tries through at turn number 4, but runs a little bit deep. Luca van Leer right on his back bumper as they approach the chicane for the final time. And whilst they start battling, Sidursky knows this is his moment. From 5th on the grid to win the race and provisionally book himself a place to Sarno. Sidursky dominates with a defensive masterclass I have not long seen for a very long time. Well, what can you say about that, folks? What can you say about one driver who said, it's my time, it's my opportunity, and I'm going to grab it with both hands, provisionally, having now secured with drop scores taken into consideration and a victory. I think while 2 drivers for the Dutch Lions at Sarno will be Max Sidursky, your race winner, and 6th place was more than enough for Boris Maximov to take that 2nd ticket. These are provisional, what I'm saying at the moment, but of course, we do have to wait for the results to be officially ratified. So Max Sidursky takes the win and provisionally books himself a place onto Sarno. Well done to Max. 3rd win of this season so far. Bran van der Weyken, Luca van Leer, Thijs van Wijk, Levi Dries ran at the top 5. 6, Boris Maximov provisionally books his place to Sarno as well in the meantime. Boris Verhaag, Taze Stevens, Jim Back, Ryan Kivitz-Bosch ran at the top 10. Taze Stevens just a handful of points away from getting an opportunity to represent Team Netherlands this year, the last time as a junior. So, Adam Vida, Rick Corporal, Jur Valkenals, Vince Dries, Bodine Blankenberg, Henry Melchior, Jort van Ekelen, and Nudang Engelsman round out the 18 finishers. Jens Gebruis, Rocco Keur, Tony van Issem, and Lieke van Berkel, unfortunately retiring from the race.
the hillside to Masters.
Now that I've had a chance to catch my breath, here we go. This is the quick rundown of the starting grid for the senior Rotax final. Mika van der Pavet, Devian Ross, front row. Row 2, Tommy van der Soys and Mitch Haynert. Benjamin Van Hees, Crick Norden, Wood Kirstens, Flynn Fitters, Julian Klosman, Jaden Teen, Max Koster, Jay Zerveld, Luca Prima, Kaz Boshaus, Ralph van der Pavet, Bram Plomp, Sven Slagmoller, Enzo van den Dickerberg, Wesley Eckhart and Stan Hoels round out the top 20. Dylan Hummel, Martin Herrera, Gwen Bloxhill, Marth Snell, Sam van Vliet, Felipe Falk, Evert Gottesijn and Dominic Scheppers round out your grid. So, the drivers in contention for this ticket are going to be, well, Jaden Teen, I think, will be very much in the front running seat for that. Tommy van der Stoys, Mika van der Pavet, Julian Klosman, Benjamin Van Hees and Wood Kirstens. Eliminated from that ticket fight is Jort van Wijk, not here this weekend. So Teen on 489 points, starts down in 10th position. He finishes 10th or higher, he will go to Sarno. Van der Stoys, 430. Van der Pavet, 426. Klosman, 418. Let's go racing here in the final. The revs rise, the red lights are on, and we're underway. Oh, and a little bit of a touch for Mitch Haynard on the right front, putting the front axle into the air. The drivers now making their way down into turn number 2 for the first time. Careful of what happened in the pre-final, folks. They all make it safely through. Looks like Evert Gottesijn's made up a handful of places, maybe at least 3 or 4. Jaden Teen motoring up the order a little bit now and has moved down to the top 10 and is 8th. So good early start from Jaden Teen. I think that might even be 7th. It is, because he's behind Mitch Haynert. Jaden Teen moves up 3 places on the start. So at the moment, well, Mika van der Pavet is currently on 55 points in first. Where is Tommy van der Stoys? He's second. Oh, ho, ho. We've got a race on our hands for that final ticket. So van der Stoys, 482. Van der Pavet at the moment is going to be on 481 points. Jaden Teen at the moment is currently at that point where he does not need to move further forward, but he'll want to, he'll try to. But the thing is, for someone to make sure they get that ticket has got to go for the win. Even with Van der Stoys second, Van der Pavet will miss out by 1 point. Van der Stoys is closing down on the 386 from SP Motorsport, who's leading the race. Jaden Teen now 5th and climbing. And is now on the back of Mitch Haynert. That is going to be more than enough for Jaden Teen. Yeah, Jaden Teen, if he stays where he is, no dramas befell him, even if he was to finish 10th, would be more than comfortable. Van der Stoys is keeping with Van der Pavet at the front end of the field. Crick Norden past Benjamin Van Hees. Well, Julian Klosman's opportunity has fallen by the wayside, I'm afraid. as the 373 has dropped to the bottom part of the field, as Van der Stroys is going to look for the move up the inside, threaded the eye of the needle through at turn 5. Van der Stroys on top form and now pulls a gap. About a kart length and a half, but Van der Stroys thought, you know what, I'm not going to wait around for long. I'm going to take the opportunity whilst I have the chance. And by millimetres, I mean millimetres, probably even the inner lining of a sidewall on a Mojo D5 slick tyre, Van der Stroys got through. But now Van der Pavert's got to watch his 6, because look, there are 4 other karts behind him. In a second, I'm just making recalculation here. So at the moment, well, with Tommy Van der Stroys leading the way, Mika van der Pavert in second, it's 4-8-2, plays 4-7-8. Jaden Teen up the inside, that's another position gained. Well, Jaden Teen has done exactly what he needed to do. He's come back. Oh, Mitch Haynett has a wide moment through turn number 3 and loses 2 positions on the bounce. 1 to Devian Ross, 1 to Krik Knoren. But it is not over yet. Top 10. Rounded out by Benjamin Van Hees, covered by 2.3 seconds after 5 laps. Lap 6 in the books. Flynn Fitters sets the new fastest lap of the race, 44.091. As Jaden Teen trying to put the frighteners onto Wout Kirstens, who's running P3. And if Kirstens gets past Van der Pavert, and it ends like it does now, it could be game over. Oh, Kirstens makes the slight error coming out of turn 4. Putting him into the clutches of Jaden Teen, the points leader. And Van der Stroys is now starting to pull away. His lead was nearly 2/10 after lap 6. It's nigh on doubled. Make that, he's tripled it. Nearly 3/10 of a second. Now Tommy Van der Stroys has gapped, and now move for 3rd has just occurred. Jaden Teen through on Wout Kirstens. Devian Ross trying to force the issue through at turn number 3. But an unsurprising but absolutely calculated move by Jaden Teen. Gets himself up into P3, and that really, at this moment in time, will hopefully secure him that ticket to Sarno. But when I say there's 7 minutes plus 2 laps to go, Jaden Teen is now gunning for another race win. He won the final at the opening round, did the double at round 2, double at round 3, double at round 4, back here in May of this year. Finished 2nd in the pre-final and 3rd in the final at Kappen. But he wants to be back to winning ways here in the final, and he's got the pace to prove it. Van der Pavert is now responding. Oh, and there is the 366, Wout Kirstens running 4th. Now that promotes Devian Ross up to P4, Kaz Boshouse. Wout Kirstens drops like a stone. Oh dear, that's a real shame for the 366. Drops down to the 27th place. However, all I'm going to say is this. Van der Stroys and Van der Pavert, the race is not yet over. The road to Sarno is going to be for one of those drivers. The driver in 3rd has pretty much assured himself of that place. Jaden Teen running 3rd, now is only a second off of the leader. Now, if Van der Stoys and Van der Pavert start to continue battling like they have been doing, okay, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Devian Rust, unsportsmanlike conduct, gets a penalty of 3 seconds. So Devian Rust will drop down the order and drop towards the bottom part of the top 10, but Mika van der Pavert really closing in back on Tommy van der Stoys. Sometimes you want to be the hunter rather than the hunted, and this is the exact situation that we're seeing here. Van der Stoys was the hunter initially. Now he's become the hunted. The boot's on the other foot, so to speak. But more to the point, look at the pace from Jaden Teen and Devian Ross. Top 4 now covered by nearly 9/10 of a second. Oh, the elbows and handbags are out at the front end of the field. This could be a deciding moment. 4.5 minutes to go. Van der Stoys has been keeping Van der Pavert at bay. We've had another 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. That is from Mitch Haynert. As Van der Pavert's got to watch his P's and Q's here. If he causes an incident between himself and Van der Stoys, he'll be the one that will be under the wrath of race control. But he's got to keep it nice and clean. Top 4 now covered by half a second. Devian Rust is waiting in the wings for an opportunity to go for a move. Jaden T nearly sized up a move on Mika van der Pavert. And that would have denied, if that had been the final nail in the coffin for the 386, then that would be all she wrote. But Van der Stoys is doing very much the same as what we saw from Max Swiderski in the junior final just a few moments ago. And again, defending into turn number 2 goes the 354. Van der Stoys. Still holds on to that race lead. Oh, a little bit of a push. Maybe a little bit of a touch between the pair. Slightest of contact. It unsettled the back end of Van der Stoys' Tony Kart. As Van der Pavert's still trying to put the pressure on, but he's got to watch his 6. Because behind him is Jaden Teen. They are line astern, all the train is gathering numbers because at the back of it, along with Devian Ross, Kaz Boshouse is there, and Boshouse just dive-bombed to perfection up the inside of Devian Ross. Here comes Flynn Fitters. Then you look behind, Benjamin Van Hees, Mitch Haynert, Crick Noren. Oh, this is getting a bit too aggressive out here. Devian Ross up the inside, Flynn Fitters. Oh, Kaz Boshouse loses 5 places. One slight touch, Boshouse wide, loses 5 places on the bounce. Flynn Fitters through, and now up into 4th place. Top 3 have broken away clear and clean. So, let's look at it from this perspective. Tommy van der Stoys is leading the race. 4.85. Pavert currently P2, 4.78. Now, if Van der Stoys, oh, right, okay. I'm going to throw a little bit of a curveball here. Now, at the moment, Van der Pavert still holding on to 2nd. So if Van der Pavert goes and gets the win, that is going to be 4.26 plus 55. So the only way this is going to be settled is that on the road, and it gets confirmed, that Tommy van der Stoys, if he does not finish any lower than, if he finishes lower than 2nd, if he finishes 3rd, and Jaden Teen if Mika van der Pavert takes the win. So let's say Van der Pavert wins, Teen finishes 2nd, and Van der Stoys finishes 3rd. Van der Pavert will provisionally have the ticket by 1 point. But at the moment, with the way things stand, Van der Stroys is not letting go. That's exactly what he needs. And he's 3/10 ahead. If Teen gets past Van der Pavert, it's done. It's over. It's fait accompli. But at the moment, well, Jaden Teen is going to look for the move up the inside through at turn number 4, and he's got through on Mika van der Pavert. That was the deciding moment we were waiting for. And Mika van der Pavert is drop scores at 21 and 35. Jaden Teen 43 and 50. Van der Stroys 27 and 28. We've got 2 more laps to go, 2 kilometres. Van der Stroys has got a gap of over 7/10. It's the break that the 354 needed. Van der Stroys started on the inside of row number 2 and made good his intention. Oh, and well, Tommy's just got an official warning for his driving standards by on the start-finish line. As elbows are out and sharpened. But next time around, we are going to go on to the final lap of this senior Rotax final. The weight has been palpable and for some unbearable. But Van der Stroys out of the final corner leads the way. Jaden Teen holding on to the second ahead of Mika van der Pavert. Devin Ross, Chrono on the road running 4th and 5th. Jaden Teen holding on to second. Van der Pavert tries to go and use the crisscross round the outside at turn number 2 on the final lap, but not enough to get past the 359. He knows how to play that game. And the senior Rotax final comes to its inevitable conclusion, but we've got a possibility of fireworks in the next race. But in the meantime, Van der Stroys took a win earlier on this year, but he's going to come out of the final corner. Van der Stroys knows what he's achieved. Jaden Teen, I think provisionally set for your winners. Well, your first and second place drivers, I think, have just booked their place at Sarno. Tommy Van der Stroys. I remember this young man as a Micromax driver. Martin Van der Stroys, you know what I'm talking about. Mr. Domination has just put on a masterclass. That was when he won the opening round at the B&L Karting Series in 2019 at Karting Genk, and I've seen him mature as a driver. He's on the verge of possibly booking a place in a Formula 4 seat next year, but he wins by 1.2 seconds. Provisionally, both he and Jaden Teen will represent Team Netherlands at the Grand Finals in the penultimate weekend of October this year at Sarno. Mika van der Pavert, it was so close, but there's always another time. He rounds out the top 3. Devian Vos, Krik Knorren, Mitch Haynert, but Kaz Boshouse. This is before any penalties are applied, folks. Sim van Vliet, Benjamin Van Hees and Flynn Fitters round out the top 10. Ava Dodderstein, 15 places gained from 27th to 12th. Ralph van der Pavert finishes 13th, ahead of Bram Plomp. Enzo van den Dickenberg, Sven Slagmoller, Dylan Hummel, Wesley Eckhart, Luca Brima, Max Koster. We've got Felipe Falk, Wood Kirstens, Mart Snell, Stan Hoes, Julian Klosman, Martin Herrera, and Gwen Block still ran out the finishing order, with Dominic Shapers unfortunately retiring on lap number 12. So we come to our... Okay, I'll start that again. We now come to our final race for Rotax Power. Here for round 6 out of 8. And it's DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid. Sem Knopfjes looking to continue his run of form. What's more, there are 2 tickets to give away. Sem Knopfjes, I think, pretty much might have just. Okay, let's have a look. So, at the moment, Sem Knopfjes, 469. Look at who's in second and third. They are level on 459 points apiece. Imke Arts and Axel Hoos. This means whoever on the road is confirmed as the one in front, they go to Sarno. Niels Berler will take the start as the pole sitter in DD2 Masters. Looks like the title, well, looks like the ticket has already been wrapped up. That's going to go to Bas van Vlimmeren, who's going to start 10th. But Nicolas Guillaume starts on row 3 alongside Jesse Spans, Mark van der Kamp, Derek van Kurt, Maurice Knopfjes. Bas van Vlimmeren rounds out the top 10. Wim Rouleau, Dominic Hummels, Dylan Lahaye, Tom van Weert and Rick van der Straat complete the grid. 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps. The red lights are on the starting gantry. Everyone's under starter's orders. The revs start to build. We're underway. Oh, and Axel goes right in front of the front bumper of Imke Arts as they make their way down through into turn number 2. Axel Hoos is now up into second. Imke Arts now down to 4th and is behind, it looks like, Nicolas Guillaume or possibly Dylan Lahaye. I'm just going to wait for visual confirmation of the side pods as they come out of turn number 5. It is Guillaume who's ahead. But, well, I restart. And in the words of the prodigy, and Keith Flint, the late Keith Flint, we've got a fire starter on our hands here, folks. So out of the stadium section, onto the start-finish rate for the first time. Knopfjes leads. Axel Hoos in second. Oh, Dylan Lahaye slow out of the final corner. Meantime, Imke Arts, there is a battle for the championship, but more importantly for 3 drivers on this grid. So, with 11 minutes and 10 seconds still to go, plus 2 additional laps in this DD2 and DD2 Masters Final. Well, leading the way in the DD2 Masters classification. Well, the son's leading overall. The father is leading in DD2 Masters. Maurice Knopfjes now up into, I think, well, is up into 5th place. But at the meantime, the top 4 line astern. They were covered by 7/10 after a couple of laps. Now make that 6/10 after lap 3. Imke Arts is pushing. She's just set the new fastest lap of the race as Mark van der Kamp gets through on Maurice Knopfjes for position. Nicolas Guillaume dives up the inside of Axel Goes. Could this be the Arts? Oh, they clash sidewalls out of turn number 3. Oh dear, it's all started earlier than anticipated. Axel Hoos and Imke Arts now are together, 3rd and 4th respectively. And I know there's going to be eagle eyes both from Combi Kart and from Sheppers Racing, because Knopfjes at the moment, as Imke Arts tried to thread the needle around the outside and lost all that momentum. She could lose out to Mark van der Kamp, who's closing in very, very quickly. Niels Berler, in the meantime, trying to battle away with Maurice Knopfjes for the DD2 Masters class lead. So the battle lines have well and truly been drawn, and more to the point, it is going to come down to the last race of round 6 to decide who will be the last drivers that will be going to Sarno for Team Netherlands. Of course, the results that I've called today are all provisional, pending any sporting and any post-race technical decisions that are made. But on track, the action is very much heating up here at Circuit de Landsard. After this, we'll have two more races to go. KZ2 Masters and KZ2 will complete the show here at Circuit de Landsard before we return to Circuit Park Berghem on the 13th of October, just the weekend before everyone heads to Sarno for the grand finals. And at the moment, well, Axel Hoos and Imke Arts, oh, they were light astern coming out of turn number 2 once again and through into turn 3. Oh, the battle wages on like a firecracker, and there has been contact between the pair. Oh, it was invariably going to happen, and disaster strikes. I only caught the tail end of that, but it's going to mean the difference between one person and one person not go, one person going, one person not going. Now, if they've got away with that quite lightly, they might be able to bring the carts home, but at the moment, Axel Hoos is currently 3rd. 5th, Imke Arts. Then Knopfjes is pretty much nearly on his own. Well, he's got Nicolas Guillaume not too far behind. Obviously, Guillaume is battling for the championship, not battling for a ticket. But now Imke Arts starting to resurgently find that pace. Now he's trying to battle away with Mark van der Kamp in the battle for P4. And then Axel Hoos is, well, Imke Arts, as I say that, up the inside. Now, obviously, sometimes on the road, things can be decided on road, but not necessarily decided post-race. And that's where the big conundrum comes into play. Now, Imke Arts has got to try and do what she can to try and close in on Axel Hoos again for that 3rd place. They've got to be very careful. I've not seen any notifications on my timing screen at the moment for anything that might be provided in terms of any penalties issued by race control. But now, at the minute, fastest lap the race by the race leader, Sven Knopfjes, 44.312. As, oh, dearie me, again. Well, I don't know what's happened. Bas van Vlimmeren has been a magnet for drama, and he's just gone straight on at turn number 3. I'm wondering if the back axle was bent. I'm not sure. Well, there he is. Well, the back axle is not hopping up and down. I think he just got unsightly caught out and tapped, and then ended up going straight on. Knopfjes at the front end of the field with 5.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional 2 laps, is very much striding away into the distance. So, new fastest lap by Sven Knopfjes. Next quickest, Imke Arts, 44.080. After that, Axel Hoos in 3rd, 44.235. And then Nicolas Guillaume, 44.280. So once again, 3rd and 4th are getting closer and closer as the corners go by in this race. But it's been metronomic from the man out in front, Sven Knopfjes. Again, just doing exactly what needs to be done. Get your head down, get the work in, pound through the laps, and then get to the checkered first before anybody else does. And at the moment, well, that will mean 5 straight wins, 6 so far out of 12 races, a 50% strike ratio for the man in the 420 leading the way. And Axel Hoos and Imke Arts, the line is turned again. This is coming into turn number 2 here on lap number 13. Now through into the right-hander at turn 3. Now the left at 4. Now they've just gone through the chicane. A kart length and a half separates the pair at the moment. The 455 and the 421 running 3rd and 4th respectively. So Dylan LaHaye retires on lap 6. Thorn van Weert looks to be out as well on lap 10. Now we've gone on to lap number 14 with 3 minutes and 10 seconds still remaining on the timer. But the battle for P3 is far from over. They are dueling at the minute. Hoos and Arts. This is going to come down to the wire, but the top 2 have stolen a march. 1.5 seconds was the advantage after 13 laps in the favour of Sam Knopfjes. 1.5 seconds dead on the nose between him and Nicolas Guillaume. Axel Hoos and Imke Arts separated by just over 2 tenths. And out of the 2, well, Arts was only faster by about 16 thousandths of a second. Now switches to the outside here into turn number 3. Tries to look for the dive up the inside. Not going to happen there. Axel Hoos parks the kart on the racing line. Now out of turn number 4. Arts has better traction. Now through into 5. Into the chicane. A front bumper is what you could stick between the pair of them at the moment through that turn 6 and 7 complex. Now through into 8 and 9. Into the stadium section. Into 10. Then into 11, 12, 13. Then through the final left-hander here at turn number 14. It's a case of when does it happen? When does a move take place that's going to decide between these 2 drivers? But will it be decided out on circuit, or could there be something happening post-race? Again, Arts to the outside. Oh, stumble from Hoos going through into turn 3, but manages to hold on to that. Well held by the 455 from Combi Kart Racing Team, as Arts again tries to look to the inside at turn number 5. Axel Hoos again sternly defends, and what this is doing, keep your eyes on the driver behind. Mark Vandenkamp from Brand Racing is back in the hunt for a top 3 finish potentially. As I say that, we're now on to lap number 17 of this race, and still 3rd, 4th and 5th. Not quite decided yet. Sam Knopfjes on his way. And having done a great job over the past couple of race meetings, it's paid dividends for the 420. He's done a really, really good job over the last couple of rounds to really put himself at the sharp end of the field and also very much in the championship hunt. Of course, 2 more rounds to go. October the 13th, Circuit Park Berchem, and then November the 3rd, Karting Genk, the home of champions, will close out the 2024 Dutch Championship season. So 3 laps to go, including this one. Hoos and Arts still very much close in proximity to one another. Through into turn number 2. Axel Hoos, Imke Arts starts to the outside. That's not going to work. She's tried that before. And Axel Hoos able to respond and definitely make sure the situation is in his favour. Now into the chicane. Arts right on the rear bumper of the 455. Through into turns 8 and 9 once again. Now into 10. 2 laps remain. 2 kilometres to go. Sam Knopfjes on course for a 5th successive race win this season. But the attention, the real focus is on the battle for 3rd place. Arts tried to stick a nose up the inside of Who's going through into turn number 2. And again, she throws the kart to the outside through at turn 3. Has the overspeed there, gets the run coming out of turn number 4 into 5. Who's sternly defends into 6 and 7. Distance and corners are fast running away for Imke Arts at the moment. Sam Knopfier's on to the final lap of the race. Nicolas Guillaume in second. Third and fourth, Axel Hoos versus Imke Arts. 0.153 of a second separate them. And Arts goes towards the outside into turn number 2 to get the traction. Is it going to work this time through into 3? I don't think it will. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No matter what Imke Arts has thrown. And Axel Hoos, trying again to try and thread the eye of the needle through 5. Hoos defends once more. Sam Knopfiers provisionally books his place to Sarno. But it's the run out of the final corner. Who's going to get third? It's Combi Kart. It's Axel Hoos. Axel Hoos takes third. And I think with that provisional juncture, I think that means that Axel might be going to Sarno. Oh. In the words of my good friend and learned colleague Henry Baudet, please give me a dark room. I need my tablets and I need a bed to lie down on. That was heart-wrenching. But Sam Knopfiers takes the win and convincingly, I think, has booked his place. Nicolas Guillaume takes second, still in the championship fight, but no ticket for the Belgian. He's got to wait a few more weeks. Axel Hoos pips Imke Arts by just over 0.2 of a second for third place. Mark van der Kamp, Maurice Knopfiers, Rick van der Start, Niels Berle, Jesse Spans, Bas van Vlimmeren, who I think has already secured his place to Sarno already. Derek van Kurt, Wim Roulot, Dominic Hummels round out the finishers. Ton van Weert out on lap 10. Dylan Lahaye out on lap 6. So with the Rotax Racing concluded for this round of the championship, round 6, we return to KZ2 Masters, and here is your starting grid. Well, having picked up the win in the pre-final, Wesley Duval continues his win streak at the moment, starts from pole position. Glenn van den Hoek starts alongside on the front row with William van der Kai on row 2, joined by Buzz Steen in the 136. Mark Verhoeven and Edgar Oosting round out row number 3 ahead of William Kuster and Germany's Sebastian Holder. Martin Versteeg and Gert van den Brink round out the top 10 ahead of René Kleven and Germany's Kevin Korn in the number 118. Niels Kuster, I'm sure, will not be a starter in this one. So we'll have 12 drivers running in this race up to the checkered flag. Of course, it'll be another 13 minutes plus an additional 2 laps of racing. After this, we'll conclude the show here on the live stream with KZ2. Field starts to line up on the grid. Duval and van den Hoek, well, remembered what happened in the pre-final. Glenn van den Hoek got the jump on Wesley Duval on the race start. As our marshal heads to the back and will then show the green flag. Marijn on the front of the grid will instruct the drivers to look at the lights. Here we go, the KZ2 Masters Final is underway, and a slow start from the outside of row 2 from Buzz Steen. But once again, Glenn van den Hoek gets the whole shot on the race start and manages to put it around the outside of Wesley Duval on the early goings. William van der Kai trying to go round the outside of the points leader and might dive through. Oh, that's a great move from William van der Kai. Oh, and Wesley Duval clatters into the back bumper of Buzz Steen. Buzz Steen through for 3rd. Oh, well, how the tables have turned for the points leader on that race start. Glenn van den Hoek leads the way. William van der Kai up into 2nd. Buzz Steen 3rd. Wesley Duval 4th, but I would probably hazard a big guess here that he won't stay there for long. He's being chased down by Mark Verhoeven in the number 162. Well, actually, no, scrap that. It's the 196. Sebastian Holder, the German, jumped 3 places on the initial start phase and got through up to 5th. Edgar Oosting diving up the inside of Mark Verhoeven through at turn number 2 and made the move stick. Great move there by the 102 on the Sodi kart. Oh, and another mistake there from Mark Verhoeven. He's lost a couple more places. Could be William Kloster and Gert van den Brink that have gotten through. It was the case. But at the meantime, Glenn van den Hoek leads the way in the KZ2 Masters Final. We have just only had 90 seconds elapse, which means roller coaster ride, anybody? Here we go. It's KZ2 Masters. Now it's up to William Duval on what he does strategically in order to get through on the competition in front of him. So we've got 3 drivers to negotiate. He's bested them once already, twice today, both in time qualifying and in the pre-final. So, Martin Versteeg, 10-second penalty, overtaking off the red line during the start procedure. So Martin Versteeg gets a 10-second post-race penalty. That's a big no-no, overtaking after the red line during the start procedure. You cannot do that. That's a big faux pas. So unfortunately, Versteeg, insult to injury there for the number 142, who is 12th. But this is where the cat and mouse game and KZ2 racing in the Masters class really comes into fruition. Buzz Steen has got William Duval not too far behind. Duval trying to get through at turn, well, they're going through 8 and 9, now into 10. And Duval nearly went through up the inside. of Bastien at that point on the circuit, but thought better of it, hit the anchors, and decided, you know what, I'm going to wait for my opportunity. Now he's going to try and dive through at the inside at turn 1, and he's through. Great move there. Slingshotted past Bastien very, very quickly, and made sure that Bastien was not able to counter-attack that rapidly. And just covered the racing line off, out of turn number 1, on the run down to turn 2, job done. So, William Duval back up to P3. The wind has picked up once again. It's up to 15 kilometres now to the southeast. As Bastien now has Sebastian Horder just behind. So the German looking to move up into the top 4 places. And the Virolart chassis is the 196. So Ben van den Hoek continues to lead. William van der Kai second. William Duval third. Bastien fourth. Sebastian Horder rounding out the top 5. Top 5 covered by 1.76 seconds. Edgar Oosting up to now what is 6th, having started there. William Kluster back to where he started on 7th. Gert van den Brink in the meantime has moved up from 10th and now is running 8th ahead of Mark Verhoeven, who has lost 4 places, having started down in 5th. Well, he started up in 5th. René Cleven past Martin Versteeg. Kevin Korn from Germany rounds out the 12 strong, still running. So this is going to be very, very crucial. Now William van der Kai under threats from William Duval. Oh, van der Kai looks over the right shoulder. What is Duval going to do? He's going to... Oh, he stuck his nose up the inside and decided better of it. Just get William van der Kai sort of going, is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? Well, he's got to go right because it's a right-hander coming up. Yes, but that doesn't stop people from throwing the Hail Marys around the outside, I can tell you that much. Kerpen. Remember Thierry Del... well, if someone might remember a certain driver by the name of Thierry Del Rey around the outside, which was absolutely priceless, and both myself and Friedfeld had... we were like 2 kids in a candy store at that point. But things are gathering up pace at the front end of the field. It's a top 5 squabble, a quintet at the front end of the field, covered by less than a second. Sebastian Horder now making his impact felt in this, wanting to give his 2 cents to the party. But William van der Kai, sticks his nose nearly up the inside of Glenn van den Hoek going through into turn number 4 here on lap number 8. And Sebastian Horder, new fastest lap of the race, 44.057. But at the front end of the field, still the battle wages on. 9/10 covers the top 5. And fastest of anybody. Oh, William van der Kai! Big overstep there, and he's made a mess of it. Oh, the right side wheels were up in the air as he threw one up the inside. He threw the Hail Mary, he tried the Danny Rick, licked the stamp and send it. And, well, lost all that momentum and has dropped himself down to 5th position as a... unfortunate end to that situation. He was waiting, biding his time, through the Hail Mary, all went wrong. Right side axle, right side wheels in the air, and lost all that momentum and dropped him down to 5th. So now, Glenn van den Hoek has got to watch his 6 because who's behind him? Wesley Duval. Bastien now up to 3rd. Sebastian Horder, still holder of the fastest lap on lap number 7 of 44.057. Horder possibly looking for a top 3 finish here. There's still plenty of this race to go. We've got KZ2 running out the order and the finish here at round 6 before we head back to Sekkerberg on the 13th of October. The penultimate round of the championship season, and that will be just 1 week before those drivers that have qualified for the 25th anniversary of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals will head to the shadows of Mount Vesuvius in southern Italy. It's a wonderful sight, it's a wonderful circuit. And Wesley Duval sticks his nose out to Glenn van den Hoek. Van den Hoek knew something might be there. An apparition over his right shoulder. Well, it's not an apparition, it's not a mirage, it's actually a physical driver and cart behind you. Because now look at how Wesley Duval is closing in on Glenn van den Hoek through 6 and 7 at the chicane. Now into the stadium section once more at the far part of the circuit. So Wesley Duval now will sense an opportunity. He gets a good run out of the final corner through T1, a tenth apart from the race leader. Vandenhoek looks over the right shoulder again, down the gears into T2. But Duval is just calmly getting on with the business at hand, looking to continue his winning run this season. And he's just millimeters away from pulling the trigger, and then it's going to be over and done with. And he'll be through for the race lead. 4 minutes to go, plus 2 additional laps in this KZ2 Masters Final. And Wesley Duval sizing up the move. There it is, up the inside. Oh, and they made contact. Oh, no. Wesley Duval sensed it all went horribly wrong. Oh, he's dropped himself down into 3rd place. And new race leader is that. Now, is that still? That's Glenn Vandenhoek up into 2nd. Bas Steen. William van der Kaaij now up to 3rd. So I hope that Wesley Duval does not have any damage on the back. Well, I did see the right side of the rear bumper on the right-hand side of Wesley Duval looks a little bit low. I'm hoping it's not a drift, because if that's the case, then it's a mechanical black flag. Okay, Wesley Duval sideways coming out of the final corner, trying to look at the back bumper. Right, there is... Oh... Okay, we have got a penalty of an official warning going to Wesley Duval for that attempt. And that does come, I think if I remember correctly, that does come with a penalty. So Wesley Duval drops to 5th place after that attempt. He made the move cleanly a little bit earlier on. Trying to get through on Bas Steen, Bas Steen, if I remember correctly, or William van der Kaaij. No, William van der Kaaij got through nice and cleanly on. Bas Steen he got through on, but official warning. And he'll have just seen that and gone, yeah, I know exactly what I did wrong there. Not exactly what you want, but that's an official warning that goes against his mark. There's a lengthy amount of official warnings, and obviously further penalties, penalties get thrown at are provided to drivers. Edgar Oosting, dearie me. Edgar Oosting throws it up the inside, through at turn number 4, gets past Wesley Duval for 5th place, and then William Kloster tries to get through, catches the back left rear of Wesley Duval. So Duval now down into 6th place. So Glenn Vandenhoek, this is his opportunity to close some of that distance to Wesley Duval in terms of the championship lead. William van der Kaaij, if he wants to do something about it as well, he's got to get through on Bas Steen for 2nd position. 1.5 minutes plus 2 additional laps still remain. And our last race will be taking place in about 10 minutes' time for the KZ2 Final. So, new fastest lap set a few laps ago by Wesley Duval, a 43.503. But it is going to be a train, a freight train, 6 of them at the front end. Bas Steen looking for a move, didn't try to force the issue there. He showed his front bumper to Glenn Vandenhoek as if to say, right, you might be leading, but I'm not Wesley Duval. I'm Bas Steen. I'm going to try and get past you if I can. And if the door opens for Bas Steen, if he makes the move through, that could possibly open the door for William van der Kaaij. Van der Kaaij is Vandenhoek's closest protagonist in the championship fight this season. They weren't that far apart coming into this round of the championship. But Glenn Vandenhoek brings us on to the 2nd from last lap. 0.3 of a second ahead of Bas Steen. William van der Kaaij about a 10th and a bit back in 3rd. Sebastian Horther in 4th. So the Germans still in the opportune prime pound seat for a podium. But Van der Kai trying to really wrestle with Buzz Steen for that for that 2nd place on the road. 2.06 kilometres remain. That's 2 laps for the man at the front end of the field, Glenn van den Hoek, who will hopefully, as the way things stand, he will break Wesley de Waal's win streak, which has been multiple double header victories. And it will add another dynamic to the championship, which heads into its penultimate round in 4 weeks' time. 5 weeks from now. Effectively, the drivers at the grand finals will be getting their carts allocated to them. But final lap underway. Glenn van den Hoek has been holding on. Bastien holding off William van der Kai for 2nd position as the top 6 drivers possibly make that top 7 now, with William Kluster just behind, well, not that far behind Wesley de Waal in 6th. But it is going to be Glenn van den Hoek's day here in the final. Despite dramas, he wrestled the storm. Van der Kai, however, is trying to force the issue. Trying to see if we can force an issue, force a mistake out of Buzz Steen for 2nd place. But the checkered flag will wave. The win streak is over. Van den Hoek takes the final. Buzz Steen takes 2nd. William van der Kai rounds out the top 3. Sebastian Horther rounds out 4th head of Edgar Oosting. Wesley de Waal. Well, that's a blip on the. That's a mark. Black book in the. That's a black mark in the book, if the teacher said. But look at what it means. Glenn van den Hoek wins the final on round 6. Yes, I'm number 1. I've done it. And he did it on merit. 2 fantastic starts at the beginning of both races. Finished 2nd in the pre-final. But it's the top step for the 141. Here are your provisional results for the KZ2 Masters Final with 1 more race to go. Glenn van den Hoek wins by 0.4 of a second ahead of Buzz Steen. William van der Kai rounds out the top 3. Good work by Germany's Sebastian Horther, who started 8th and finished in 4th ahead of Edgar Oosting. Wesley de Waal not just finished 6th, but got a slap on the wrist with an official warning. Ahead of William Kluster, Gert van den Brink, Mark Verhoeven, René Cleven, Martin Versteeg and Kevin Korn rounding out the 12 finishers, with Niels Costa a non-starter. So, ladies and gentlemen, it comes down to the last race of round 6 of the Dutch Championship for Rotax and KZ2, powered by Chrono Karting here at Circuit de Landsard. Here it is, your starting grid for the KZ2 Final. Enzo Bol and Jens Treur will start on the front row with the SP Motorsport driver in the 255 starting from pole position. Robin Glirum will be joined by Farin Mega on row number 2. Daniel Tenbach and Bruno Mulders round out row 3 with Jeffrey Fixer, Kevin Stehauer, Doug van Zifthout and Dan Zopfi rounding out the top 10. Rick Mewers, Nigel Hendricks, Nina Gederman, then we've got Martijn van Eden, Renzo Alibax and Bart Plug rounding out the 16 competitors who will take to the grid. Of course, Jana Opmia, a non-starter in this particular occasion through the pre-final. Got a little bit of an announcement to spring with you people, and also a little bit of housekeeping as well after this race is concluded. So the drivers now weaving from side to side, getting temperatures into the tyres and the braking systems on these KZ2 shifter carts. They are bringing them around for another tour. They will use the cut through, as we have done with every single race start at this round and also back in May. That's round number 4. Landsard came into this round of the season as the championship leader after great work at Cabin. But Enzo Bol is now once again looking for another maximum score of 55 points. When the red lights go out, we will be underway for 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps. And I can see on the left-hand side of the Park for May location that a lot of people are watching, not just from the gantries above the start-finish straight, but also down on terra firma. Eight rows of competitors, 16 drivers set to take into battle for round 6, the final. Bol and Treur line up. So do Glirum and Mega. Tenbach and Mulders. The final few drivers starting to line up in formation here at Circuit de Landsard. So we wait with bated breath. Green flag at the back. Drivers instructed to look at the lights, and for one more time, it's on your marks. Get set, get ready, and get racing. Bad start from Enzo Bol. Oh, he dumped the clutch and it wasn't going forwards. What a shame for the 255. Jens Treur makes headway early doors as everyone makes their way through into turn 2 on the opening time. But this is early times in the race. Enzo Bol makes it through on Farin Mega, but makes a mistake. Oh, slightly into the back. That looks to be the Maranello chassis that was just in front of him. I think that might have been Jeffrey Fixer. And it was the 205. So a mistake on the start by Enzo Bol and nearly getting caught out through turn number 3 is not what the 255 wanted. However, we've got 12 minutes and 22 seconds plus 2 additional laps remaining in this race. There's still plenty of time for Bol to claw it back. Treur leads off the opening lap ahead of Glirum, Tenbach, Mulders, Fixer. Bol down to 6, Mega down to 7, Stehauer, Zifthout. Alibax up 5 spots already and is now running P10. And there is Alibax, who has got, I think that was Dan Zopfi just behind. There's the 211. Kevin Stehauer trying to get through on Farin Mega. Mega holding his ground. Stehauer nearly stumbling. The field makes its way through turns 11 to 13 here on lap number 2. Fastest lap on the opening lap, Robin Glirum, 46.244. now being caught by Daniel 10 back. Now, there was a change. Jeffrey Fixer got through on Bruno Mulders, who blocks off the door for Enzo Bol going into turn 2. And Farin Mega manages to defend against Renzo Alibax and Doug van Siftal in the battle for P8. So Bol and Mulders, line is turned through the chicane at 6 and 7. Now into the next complex here at 8 and 9 into 10. Be very, very careful how you accelerate out of turn number 11. First of three right-hand apexes. That's a move from 10 backs. Dived up the inside through turn 1. Bol now goes for the move on Mulders. He gets through for 5th place. As Alibax goes up the inside, that was a move on Mulders. Mulders loses another place. So changes are afoot. 10 minutes to go, there's still time. And it also depends on how committed you are. If you can put the racehorse style blinkers on and just go and put your head down and go for it. That's one of the things here. KZ2 rewards effort, commitment and perseverance all at the same time. Yenster continues to lead the way. Robin Glirum in second, now being attacked by Daniel 10 back. Jeffrey Fixer in the 2:05, now up 3 places from 7th on the grid. Now going for P3, now going through into the stadium section through the chicane. A lot of 90-degree corners here at Circuit de Landsard, especially in the final section. At the moment, Jens Steyr continues to lead. 7/10 is his advantage. Dive on the inside. Great move. Jeffrey Fixer through on Daniel 10 back. So the Maranello chassis gets up the order into P3. Jeffrey Fixer, a long-time exponent of KZ2. Has competed in the CIK FI Championships, World or European. At an international level, but still, it's always good to race where the roots all started in karting. It's great to see Jeffrey Fixer being a regular part and parcel of the paddock. So now the race is really quite very much on. Robin Glirum might have to watch himself. Now change for 4th. Good move there by Enzo Bol. That allowed the door to be open for Enzo Alibax, who has also got through. So 10 back now drops down to 6th place behind Bol are now up to 5th. Alibax now up into 5th place. Renzo Alibax took a leaf out of Thierry Del Rey's book, if you might remember, at turn 2 at Kerpen last time out at round number 5 before we had the summer break. So things are getting a little bit closer. Top 6 covered by 1.8 seconds after 6 laps. We now complete lap number 7 with 7 minutes and 50 plus 2 laps to go. So they're starting to expand that gap. New fastest lap. Well, no surprise, it's the man who's got the new track record in KZ2. It's Enzo Bol as Jeffrey Fixer. Jeffrey Fixer went through on Robin Glirum and got second. Brilliantly timed move from Jeffrey Fixer. Lined it up neatly, sent it like you meant it, and got the job done. Yenster at the moment is leading and is starting to expand that lead, but maybe Jeffrey Fixer might be able to start chasing down with nearly half of the race completed. We're about 30 seconds away. All bit of a run wide coming out of turn 1 by Robin Glirum. That's going to allow Enzo Bol to dive up the inside. Alibax does it again. That was twice. Twice we've seen that. Bol's gone for the move. Alibax has followed in his wheel tracks. Saw the door open. They did it to Alibax. They've now done it to Robin Glirum. And who's next on their list? Well, who's up front? Who's in front of them? It's the Maranello, the number 205 of Jeffrey Fixer. And Enzo Bol is closing at a quick rate of knots. New fastest lap in the meantime by the driver at the back of that train. Farin Mega in 7th. Fastest lap of the race, 42.481. Fixer in the meantime defends from Enzo Boll going through into turn 2 here on lap number 10. So out through 4 and into 5, now into 6 and 7. Jeffrey Fixer coming under significant pressure from Enzo Boll. Boll will be really, well, he was already kicking himself before he really got up to pace because of having a massive problem with the start. Now Fixer's got to wait, Boll's going to pull to the inside, he's going to dive through. Is Alibak's going to do the same thing again? No, he doesn't. Oh, Jeffrey Fixer stops that train of thought happening and that pattern. Could have been 3 drivers that would have been mugged by the same 2 drivers through. It would have been 3 drivers in a row at the same point on the circuit that would have had Enzo Boll and Renzo Alibaks up the inside of them. However, Jeffrey Fixer has stopped that trend from happening again. Enzo Boll still has the fastest lap to his credit. Now he can start, well, he's pulled away already from Jeffrey Fixer and he's got that gap down to 1.1 seconds. Enzo Boll now gunning for the race lead. Won the pre-final, starting on pole position. And it's getting very, very close for comfort. Renzo Alibaks being pressurised by Robin Glirum and Farin Mega. And with the fact that Enzo Boll is probably taking about a tenth and a bit of a tenth or so out of Jens Sturr, the gap will come down. It was 1.1 seconds, it's now 9 tenths and a new fastest lap. 42.426 was the lap time from Jens Sturr. Enzo Boll, new fastest lap of the race, 42.196 as, we've had Bruno Mulders unfortunately park up. I haven't seen that in the meantime, but he's out as of lap number 4. He's looking with eagle eyes as well. Competed in KZ2 last year here in the championship. Dan Zotfi has dropped to the back end of the field. Meantime, Renzo Alibaks has to get on with the business at hand, getting past Jeffrey Fixer and seeing if he can start catching the 2 up front. Enzo Boll has now truncated that gap significantly. He's 9 tenths, is now 4 tenths. And he's just put in another new fastest lap on the bounce. 42.125, it's not if, it's when. Does Enzo Boll pull the trigger and get his way past the race leader? Nina Gatorman in the meantime has lost out to Kevin Steyharder, who's got through on the 203 for 10th place on the road. Robin Glirum under pressure from Farin Mega. Jeffrey Fixer under pressure now from Renzo Alibaks. So those are the battles for 5th and 3rd respectively. Enzo Boll is now really starting to close that gap. It was 4 tenths, make that half. Not even half, it's less than half. And he took over 2 tenths, nearly 2.5 tenths. Sturr now knows Boll is after his scalp at the minute. And despite the early dramas, and that's a moment. Fixer and Alibaks together at turn number 3. Yellow flags waving. Alibaks was backwards into the barriers, pushes the kart unassisted. And Jeffrey Fixer spun around, which means now the battle for 3rd place is between Robin Glirum, Farin Mega, and keep your eyes behind the 245 from Germany. Daniel Tenbach is still in this. Enzo Boll dives for the race lead on lap number 16 at turn 1 and gets the job done. Now the race really is in earnest. Boll just threw it up the inside with pure conviction and intestinal fortitude. In other words, a 4-letter word known as guts, and got the job done and said to Jens Sturr, you might be leading the championship, but you know what? I'm going to bring myself back into it. You're not getting a double victory. Not here, not today. But whilst that's happening, Robin Glirum, Farin Mega and Daniel Tenbach are closing in. But now Enzo Bol has a lead and is starting to slightly expand it, corner by corner. Now Jenster has Robin Glirum, not too far behind. There's Farin Mega. So second, third and fourth. Across the line, we're covered by just over half a second. We are into the final 60 seconds of the race. So Jeffrey Fixer out, Renzo Alibax out, Dan Zotfi out, as well as Bruno Mollers. So 4 drivers downstairs in pit lane at the moment in Parc Fermé. A real shame of how their races respectively have ended. But Enzo Bol trying to do what he can. Robin Glirum defending from Farin Mega. That's for the final step on the rostrum. And Farin Mega running on the Mach 1 chassis. Still remember back in his early days when I met him and his mum and dad, Nina and Daniel. This was just after he'd won the Minimax Crown in, well, I think it was actually Minimax Crown in Conde Pareba in the 2018 Grand Finals that year when he won it for Team Germany. And oh, careful, Farin Mega nearly overstepping the mark there. His front bumper was catching the rear bumper of Robin Glirum's. So 3 laps to go, including this one. And, well, we crossed the line with 2 seconds to spare. Enzo Bol now has a 6/10 of a second advantage over Jenster, who will, I think, continue to lead the championship after this round. At the time, well, sunlight is starting to fade here at Circuit de Landsard, just outside of Eindhoven Airport here in the Netherlands. And this technical circuit has challenged all that have stepped onto it here over the course of this weekend, here at round number 6. 2 laps to go. And Bol holding on to a 6/10 of a second lead. Been quite metronomic in the last 3 laps. A mid 42.5, 42.4, low 42.3, high 42.3. And there's just about 1.5 kilometres of racing action still upon us here in the KZ2 Final. So next time around, as Enzo Bol comes through the triple right-hander for the penultimate time. Now through the left-hander. 1 more lap remains. Enzo Bol starts the final lap of the race meeting here in KZ2, the final. Leading by 0.666 of a second. Jenster, Robin Glirum, Farin Mega and Daniel Tenbach running at the top 5. Doug van Zifthout, Bud Plug, Kevin Stehauer, Nina Gederman and also Rick Mewers ran at the top 10. Nigel Hendricks and Martijn van Eyden still the last of the classified runners on the circuit. But, well, it's been a weekend for one driver to remember, and his name is Enzo Bol as he fires it out of the final corner. The 255 does the double here at Circuit de Landsard here at round 6. Jenster second, Robin Glirum third, Farin Mega fourth, Daniel Tenbach in 5th ahead of Doug van Zifthout, Bud Plug. A few more drivers still to cross the line. Kevin Stehauer and Nina Gederman ran out the top 9. 10th will be Rick Mewers with Nigel Hendricks and Martijn van Eyden due to complete the finishing order. But Enzo Bol takes the victory by 1 second after 21 laps. A thumbs up there from Robin Glirum, who finishes 3rd. But Bol does the double. The championship goes to Berchem in 4 weeks' time. So that is the on-track action concluded for round 6 of the Dutch Championship for Rotax and KZ2, powered by Chrono Karting. We have a few thank yous but a special announcement soon to follow. A big thank you to all the members of the team behind the scenes here at Chrono Karting. A big thank you to Circuit de Landsard for again allowing us to host our 6th round of the championship season. Hopefully we'll see you again next year. A big thank you to all the families, the teams, the drivers, the support networks, everyone that has been here as part and parcel. Our members of the photographic and audio-visual media who have been with us as well. A big thank you to you watching at home. But I have a bit of a breaking news announcement. Folks, I won't be with you at Circuit Bad Bergen on the 13th of October. But I know a man who's going to fill my shoes, and he'll more than admirably do a job, because, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to officially announce that your commentator for the penultimate round of the season will be none other than the voice of the Rotax Grand Finals himself. Yes, the man from the Isle of Barry in Wales, Henry Baudet, will be with you at Circuit Bad Bergen for the penultimate round of the season. Folks, thank you so much to everyone that has been watching. A big thank you to our team behind the scenes, including race control, scrutineering, park for May, technical, tyre bay, live timing, race control, administration. We'd like to say a big thank you to you all. We're going to go and celebrate our winners. We're going to give out tickets to the 25th anniversary of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Chrono Karting will return in 4 weeks for the penultimate round on the calendar at Circuit Bad Bergen. So, for myself, Alex Goldschmidt, Todd Snell of the Bahn, see you next time. Good night.
Please also bear with us as soon as we have all the information, the results tabulated